And welcome back to another episode of nearly said Wild Beyond the Beachlight. Rime of the Frostmaiden. It is a cold, wintry night.
Is
As
it?
everyone has buckled in for the night in their respective housing, lodging, or churches. Let us do a little recap of all the different quests that you guys have already picked up. When everyone convened at Bremen and saw the poor dwarf falling out of the portal, landing into the snow, the nearby fisherman approached you guys and offered you a quest to go out onto the lake and catch some knucklehead trout. At first, he gave you a really scam price of like 5 copper pieces, but a couple of you are in the know that food is an incredibly scarce resource right now, and it's more valuable than gold. So he offered at least 1 gold per knucklehead trout. And so you set off, not as prepared as what you'd hoped to be, for the frigid winds that rolled in sent a chill down most of your spines, causing hypothermia and eventually frostbite to poor Geist. Really got the burst of it. A couple of you fell into, I think it was Hulla, fell into the water twice and got their clothes soaking wet. Thankfully, Barritomus had a spare change, otherwise you would have very likely froze to death. All in all, though, you did manage to get 3 of the knucklehead trout by putting them to sleep and then trying to gut them before they could wake up and do any serious damage. I think one of them got electrocuted. And as you were sailing back, you noticed a boat with the flag of Targos. Is one of the also nearby neighboring 10 towns. And you decided to just stay quiet and wait for them to pass, but they looked like they were perhaps fishermen too. The last leg of the journey, when you were all freezing to death and you're dragging the boat over the ice, you saw a splashing in the water. There seemed to be a school of knucklehead trout fleeing from something, and you saw a large, serpentine-like head rise out of the water and with a set of razor-sharp teeth snap one of the knucklehead trouts in one whole bite and then submerge beneath the water with its big kind of leathery, bulbous back, several flippers, and a long tail, as long as its neck was. And some of you kind of theorized this might be the sea monster, or the lake monster rather, that everyone's been talking about. But you went back to the town. Before you could really get anything more done, you decided to turn in for the night and get near a fireplace as soon as you could. So Tali is the one who asked you to kind of document the sea monster, lake monster even, and there is other quests such as you saw an adventuring party. You said they were heading to, I believe, Caer Honig. It's one of the mountains in Icewindale. They said that there was an expedition that went up there, but Garrett, who was leading it, he's like the guide, his faithful hound had suddenly been spotted within the town nearby, and that doesn't bode well. They would never abandon them, so I can only imagine something has gone wrong on the expedition. They set off to try and find out what's up. Then there is also the problem with the speaker that's constantly going out into the wilderness without much clothing, just basically just furs, but just wandering out onto the ice floes and getting lost and seemingly rambling about something. One such search party found him and brought him back, but one of the search party members didn't return until almost like a day later. And this search party member is the son of Cora, who looked after Hulla. And he said she noticed that he came back with a shard of like black ice, and ever since he had this on his possession, he started to become mean-spirited and rude to his mother, and eventually they had a row where he actually threatened to harm her, and shortly after that, two tieflings turned up at her inn, the Buried Treasures, and he went willingly with them. And so she overheard that they were taking him to some castle. Not sure which one though. There's two which it could be in Icewindale, but so you kind of got a 50-50 there. And then think lastly, the last quest you picked up on was a rumor. Just because you were in and out of consciousness, Geist, sitting in the inn, you heard a rumor. Do you remember what that rumor was?
The rumor was that one of the nearby towns had had some of their honey mead stolen by a 9-foot tall giant.
That's the one. Cool. Perfect. Those are all the quests that you've picked up so far. And let's see what more you can uncover or begin to track down. So everyone waking up in Bremen has completed a long rest. I believe your all exhaustion levels did go down by 1 automatically, so that's all good. Geist, you're on 3 though still.
Yep.
And that's gonna be rough. Yeah. The hypothermia and frostbite will not go away until you fully recover. So it's gonna be a rough one. So you're probably up last, maybe. We'll start with Hulla, as you are actually the most well recovered by the looks. Yeah, you're sitting on no exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I was saved
Barritomus
by
as
the
well.
others. Yeah.
Okay then. So we go to the Church of Hades. Up in the rafters, this church has become worse for wear in the coming weeks. It has been falling into a state of disrepair, mostly due to weather, but also because there isn't as many acolytes tending to fixing things and cleaning things. Some of the roof is caved in and snow is just poured into the main halls. You've been like kind of sleeping up near the rafters where there's enough shelter to sort of huddle up and get warm. But there are not many followers now remaining in this church, and they've explained this before to you, but it's purely because without light, it seems as though it's hard to grow any kinds of crops. Fishing has been it's been overfishing. People have literally just either starved or died due to the freezing cold, and population has dwindled to a staggering minuscule amount. And you've heard that this is the same elsewhere in Icewindale. And Danica, she has been trying to figure out why this change has been happening, and whether it truly is a curse over the land. And so as you step down the steps of the church, it is cold, it is still windy through here. Unfortunately, the ever-burning braziers in this church do not provide any such heat. They are just simply magically enchanted to give off this blue, cold flame. Two other acolytes are present, and they are simply kneeling down by the cold stone. You would think them statues, the way they are simply pale-skinned and sat in perfect stillness, but they are simply conserving their energy and praying to the Lord of the Underworld. Sorry, you wanted to ask something?
Nope, nothing. Just
Okay.
admiring the layout here, which has really seen better days.
That it has.
Yeah, the first thing I'm gonna do is go up to Danica.
Okay.
Hello.
Danica is at the main kind of podium, and as she sees you approach, she meets you halfway, and she takes a bow all the way to the floor in deference to the Lord of the Underworld. And
I will I will
Yeah.
bow similarly, yeah, in response.
She says, "Greetings. Shadows embrace you, sister."
May Hades and Persephone watch over you. If I was to bring a friend, an associate, they're suffering from a little bit of frostbite. Do we heal people?
You ask of healing, and you see there's almost no emotion from Danica's pale, cold appearance. Uh, her eyes are almost like darkened pits,
Hmm.
almost as if she were wearing like a veil over them. And you come to know her as, although she is very respectful and a very good teacher, she taught you everything you know, your prayers, your rights to channel his divine will. She still remains like this very grim and almost apathetic kind of persona.
Yeah.
And she replies, "Heal. If he is not too far gone, perhaps we can do something. But if it is the will of Hades that his life be claimed by the cold, then I do not dare fight it."
Perhaps you can meet him and decide, or see if he speaks to you. I'm hoping that. Well, I'm hoping he could help find some of the lost people, bring them back from the cold and the darkness. I think some of this darkness is not natural, and I think the cycle of life is being interrupted. So he could help bring that balance back if he owes us a favor.
I must agree with your observations. Icewindale has had another shadow cast over it. The environment seems to wither and die. It is our duty that we watch over that line between life and death. You may bring him here. We shall see if we can tend to his ailments.
Thank you. I think he could help. I think, well, there's some people here that I just met, and I know I just met them, but maybe, you know, um, maybe this is what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't think I'm meant to be a priestess in the temple like you are. Um, you're. I think my calling is out there somewhere,
He
so I can
bundles
serve
up.
Hades. Hmm.
You say this as like a wind blows in through a broken uh, portion of the wall. It breezes around the room, as you say, out there. And she bundles up her own black furs. And she's actually wearing not cold weather clothing, but like just bundles and bundles of silks, like raven black silks. And you can see they don't do much to fend off the cold. You can already tell from her complexion she's probably freezing, but she doesn't seem to show much pain, almost as if she's acclimated to it. But she says, "If you wish to tread out into the cold, then I may have a mission for you."
A mission, of course. Of course. Whatever whatever you can do, I owe you in the Lord my life, my everything.
He
Just
nods and says, "Then we will speak more of this when you return with your friend."
I'll bring him as soon as I can. And she'll do like a little Japanese style, like hands together bow to her. And I'll run out.
Okay. As you run off, he says, "May Hades' wisdom guide you." And
May the balance shine us both.
the other two acolytes seem to raise from their pedestals as you depart, and they seem to be bringing over these bowls. They're filled to the brim with bones, and they begin to walk up the center aisle towards Danica Greysteel.
Creepy.
And yeah. All right, Hulla, you can go convene with your allies if you wish, and we'll jump to one of the. What was it? The black-bearded dwarf, black-bearded brother was the inn that Geist was staying at. So let's jump over to Bremen. Okay. And Paul Wealgeist, how are you faring in the morning? I reckon some of the others, the patrons here, probably wake you up with the clinking of tankards and the chattering of rumors. And there is one such new rumor that seems to be getting everyone in a hubbub to this morning. But what do you do immediately as you're coming to?
He will probably groan a bit, slowly rise up out of the bed where he's laying, and just sort of stare blankly out of the window for a bit before placing a hand against his chest, just sort of holding it there for a moment, nodding, and then putting on any clothing that he took off, and will head downstairs to just probably sit near the fire and try to stay warm, I guess, and just listen.
I
Whilst...
imagined you fell asleep near the fire.
Yeah, probably, to be honest. Yeah. So probably just huddle closer to the fire now that I'm a bit more awake to not accidentally burn myself, and just sort of listen to the conversations going on whilst I try to psych myself up for going back outside.
All right. Okay. The hubbub, the rumors you hear. One traveler has entered in. He looks like a fisherman, and you can tell from the similar colors and tabards that you spotted yesterday. This fisherman is from Targos, and he seems to be shouting and protesting about something. It's true, I tell you, damn it. Another murder. This one was a halfling, I believe, merchant. Again, it's happening again. The serial killer is back. And they all seem to be like, calm down. Are you serious? Those murders occurred, a month ago now? Was it? And they seem to be like trying to rack their minds about when it was when these murders last occurred. And they seem to be, well, some of them seem to be brushing him off as like gone insane with a cold. Others seem to be terrified that the prospect could be real. The serial killer, he killed many before, didn't he? Yes. And then they seemingly stopped for a while, but again he is struck. And another person, how do we know it was him? How? Or her, or whoever it is. And the one from Targos says, I saw it with my own eyes. The body, it had a blade of ice plunged through his heart. It's his calling card, is it not? The serial killer is real. They are back. And yeah, that seems to be like this tension in the bar now. That he's kind of announced this to everyone, and he kind of plumps down the big net of fish, and he says, "I'm just going to do my business here and get out before he comes here." And the others like, "There never has been a murder in Bremen." And this goes back and forth. But if you want to learn more, you can talk to them yourself if you wish.
Yeah. Geist will slowly, very slowly, considering everything, walk his way over and just speak and just be like, so this serial killer, other than using a blade of ice, I suppose, where did this murder take place that you saw?
The body was found in Targos. It's a town over from here. I just arrived this morning. But the news, with the news. But he is not the first.
Is
There has been
anything
others.
else known about this killer? Is it just Targos he struck in, or has he struck in others of the 10 towns?
East Haven and Bryn Shander have also had victims in similar manners.
Okay. Other than the ice knife, is there any other distinguishing traits about these murders? Is it always like, are any body parts taken? Is the wound always in the same or similar place? Or is it just the ice knife?
They seem to be either caught unawares. Whoever this cold-hearted killer is, they know when to strike. Almost as if they have been stalking their prey. No one witnesses the actual act of the murder, just the body found afterward.
So the target is always alone when struck.
Yes.
Is the body always... Is there any similarity between the victims? Anything that might link them?
He seems to think for a moment. And he seems to discuss amongst the other patrons, trying to remember who the previous victims were. What do the other victims? Does anyone else remember? And they seem to together draw upon enough information because the stories have proliferated enough and they're well known that you can get the details, which are let's see, 1 second, find it myself. The others. Yes, here. The halfling trapper in East Haven. And there was another, a human shipbuilder in Targos. And then 3 days after that, a dwarfed glassblower in Bryn Shander. Each victim found with a dagger of ice through the heart. You can figure out what connection they have, then feel free. They seem like just normal folk to me. Another one pipes up. And all the while this is happening, you see there's one person who doesn't seem to be at all phased or perturbed by this tall tale. And you can see in the corner there's a shield dwarf. And she is finally dressed in leathers, like battle gear, you'd imagine. And she's got fair few amounts of scars over her face. And you can see a battle axe is sheathed at her side, and a pair of hand axes as well. Or like on a bandolier. And they seem to be just sort of leaning back, listening slowly sipping on their tankard and kind of popping it down onto the table nonchalantly, whereas everyone else is like huddled round, eagerly like listening. But yeah,
I mean, so the victims were a glass blower, a shipbuilder. What were the
that's
others?
correct. And there was a halfling trapper, human shipbuilder, dwarf glassblower. Yeah.
It's nothing obvious that unites them other than that they would all be someone that provides a good of some kind, so it might be that they owed a debt, I guess, but I'm not going to say that out loud. I'm actually going to swap back to...
And it would be one in Targos, one in East Haven, and one in Bryn Shander. And now, suddenly again, another death in Targos.
Okay.
So there was like this cooldown period, effectively, where there wasn't any murders. It happened like one after another. Targos, then East Haven, then Bryn Shander, and now nothing for a while. And then suddenly now another murder in Targos again. And this was a halfling merchant this time.
And then it was a merchant, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All pretty much different, but again, someone who could provide a service potentially, but that's not enough to link them. Whilst the conversation's going on, I'm going to try to glance over at that dwarf to see if I can get any additional information.
Sure. Before we go to that, Sara-Jane, yes? You wanted to enter in at this point? You raise your hand.
I unraised my hand. Sorry, that was.
Oh, okay.
That was
All right, no worries.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll actually go to the other two in the inn, Ashanti 607. You guys have woken up. Cora is still apologizing profusely for having put you up in her son's old room. Even though they're really like the service isn't bad here at all, but she seems to just apologize for everything, and she's like, "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you'd be up so early. Oh, of course you would. You're adventurers. I'll get the tea on. Is there anything you want for breakfast? Or...
Cora, it's okay. I have slept too many days on the road not to be profoundly grateful for a bed. 607, I forgot. Did you tell me if you sleep or not? I should know this by now. We've traveled together so long.
I don't sleep.
That's
no
right.
bed needed for me.
Yes, but did you at least have a relaxing, enjoyable night last night?
I don't relax.
Oh, okay. What do you do then when everybody's asleep around you?
I sit down.
Oh, okay. Do you think any thoughts?
You mean
I think
like a dream?
No, just
Or just do I think?
I guess 607, I get bored easily. So if I'm planning what I'm gonna do next, I'm singing a song that I heard, trying to remember the lyrics. I guess I don't know how to shut my brain off.
I can shut my brain off.
Wow. You are very, very lucky then.
I guess it's not so much sleeping as a passive watch.
Okay.
I take stock of what's around, and if things change, then I can sometimes recognize it. So let me ask you this before we join the others, before we meet up with the whoever they were again. What do you think about them?
I need more time to formulate an opinion, and I've had that with you. I mean, we've been together long enough that I know I can trust you. Um, and I'm not embarrassed to ask questions anymore. And I love listening to the way you talk. It is so cool, but I haven't had that time with them. And, you know, when you travel in caravans, you're just thrown together with anyone. So I'm used to traveling with a variety of different people, but traveling with them doesn't mean you instantly trust them. It doesn't mean that you tell them your secrets and let them know you things things that they could turn around and use to hurt you. So I think it's a wait and see. They seem okay, but they need I need more time to make sure that they're who they say they are. But for now, I'll walk with them down the
Unreliable.
road. Right.
They're
But
unreliable. One fell in the water twice.
yes.
One is a northern hunter but can't take the cold, and one refuses to say anything or answer any questions. I do not trust them at all.
And to be fair, they may feel the same way about us. So I absolutely understand what you're saying, and that caution will serve you well throughout your entire time here at Icewindale and wherever we are we all go afterwards.
Can I tell you something between you and me?
607, you can tell me anything.
If everybody is dying, I will save you first.
That means the world to me. That absolutely means the world to me, but promise me if everyone's dying, you'll save yourself.
I'll save myself first, and then I will see about you.
Thank you. Um, do you hug?
Like, am I capable of hugging? I'm capable of hugging, yes.
Well, is it again? Is it a cultural taboo for your people, or is it something that makes you uncomfortable?
I don't have a culture. I don't have a people.
Well, you have a people now. That's what family's for. Family are the people that you decide are yours. And Ashanti gives them a great big uh, stop, I can't breathe hug.
I'll hug back, and then as we release, I'll just look at her per se in the eyes and say, "Family is not always there for you. Those you choose to select yourself with will be. Family doesn't always help."
Well, this family does. This family absolutely does. And Bits is desperately wanting breakfast, but we can grab something to eat on the way. Because Bits is
How are
obviously.
you? How are you feeling after yesterday? I'm still not 100%.
I'm not 100% either. I am a little tired. Why is Ashanti bowing up and down now?
I imagine Bits, on the mention of hug, just jumped in to
Oh,
join
okay.
the group hug.
Um,
But yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I am tired, and there's a bit of a cold in my bones.
Yeah,
Um,
I thought I
but
had bought correct clothing for this weather, but clearly it's not good enough. We need to, if we are to stay here, we will need to upgrade our clothing.
agree with you. But it's an interesting place. I will say that I've never seen somebody fall out of a hole in the sky like that before, and then get up.
No,
I would have thought you would have laid there for a while.
I feel like he's reluctant to say anything about why he's here. he seems to follow orders from something, but is not forthcoming with who that is.
Well, if we don't get the sense that they're trustworthy, you and I can continue our travels wherever you want to go. So we'll just peel off and go our own route.
You're good. Good. You're good
There,
muscle to have around.
thank you. There are many roads, and we have all the time in the world.
All right. With that, you set out. Cora's made you like a bit of breakfast. There's some bacon for bits. Actually, I don't know whether we've got bacon. Probably like some sort of fish paste, unfortunately.
It,
Uh,
it's Bits is a caravan dog. Bits is grateful for food. So,
Perfect.
and
All right then. And let's jump over to Barritomus. You're probably awakened by your puzzle box doing an akin to an alarm clock by setting off a load of lights into the room, making whirring, humming noises.
Alright. So I pick it up and chuck it at the wall.
Just like the alarm clock. It like
And
turns off.
And I find it just bounces straight back at me.
Yeah.
Stupid. Oh. What has today got for us, I guess? Still with the
Right.
strangers. I stumble around, gather thing. Is there anything in here akin to when you know when you stay at a hotel and they have like free shampoo, stuff like that?
No.
Consumables like
Pretty sparse.
is
No.
there, is like a bar of soap, or is there like a candle to light
Not-
the room?
Not really. There's a candle, but mostly melted down to the wick at this point.
Ah.
You didn't even think it would last the rest of the night, but here you are. No, not really. Other than that,
Damn it.
there's like half a broken mirror, and that's it. So you can step down. Tell me, did you stay at the Black-bearded brother as well?
Yeah, I was in the same place that Geist was.
In that case, you can hear the hubbub downstairs as well. As you're trapping down the steps, you hear, "Murder again! Most foul! In Targos, I tell you! Another ice dagger through the chest, just like the others! It's going to happen again!"
Here we go.
And yeah, you can hear Geist now, aren't like conversing with them, and you spot this shield dwarf in the corner who seems to be just listening intently and watching. In fact, she clocks you. Her eyes like clock with yours as you step into the hall. And I'm going to also say that 607, Ashanti, and Hulla, you also convene at this point, all inside the Black-bearded Tavern Inn.
Alright.
All right. Give that. All right, so you're all in here. And Geist, you were just about to approach the shield dwarf.
Yes, I was going to observe them for a few moments and then head over to them.
He seems to be observing you. In fact, as you're all greeting each other for the morning, and clearly you're a group at the moment. She seems to be like looking at all of you. In fact, at this point, she seems to be downing the rest of her drink, as if to either depart or about to get up.
I walk over to them and try to address them, I guess.
Yep. You can see her chugging the rest of the tankard slams it down, wipes these drips away from her scarred lips, and then is already standing up, face to face with you. And she looks you up and down, and takes note of your weapons, and gives a kind of an approving nod, and then looks at your frostbitten wounds, and then sort of grimaces a little bit.
It's
Maybe I'll ask someone else. After all,
don't worry. This effect is purely because I wasn't ready for the cold winds on the lake. Out in the tundra, I'm much more prepared for this sort of thing, though, of course, the effects are going to take a while to wear off. But is there some... And I do have allies, at least at the time being, so is there something that you need doing?
he looks at all of you. Are you all together?
Fine, Gavin.
Are
Us?
you up to a task to take down this murderer?
Oh,
Is she? Because this murderer is clearly dangerous. They killed 4 people already. I doubt you could do it alone.
I'll
Well-
happily kill a murderer.
Hunting a hunter seems like something I would be able to do with the right assistance.
Are they
I
a
would like to
person
know-
murderer or a creature murderer?
Well,
killing.
if they were a creature, they would have to go completely undetected. Otherwise, how else would they be able to stalk their prey in the 10 towns? No, this is a man or a woman, or this is someone acting
I
out
would
these.
like to know who is asking and why you're asking. Why not?
My
do
name
it
is.
yourself?
Well, I would if I weren't retired. You can see she's actually quite an old-looking shield wolf. She's grey hair, scars, and in fact, yeah, I've got a. Yeah, this will do as an image. Ta-da. She says, I'm a retired bounty hunter. This would have been right up my alley back in my heyday. But I'm too old and too slow to keep up with these murderous types. There you go. But you look like you're fresh meat. Might fare better.
Do you have a name?
My name is Hilm Trollbane. And, well, I've been hearing these rumors. They sound much like the first set of murders. This is definitely the return. They're back.
Why do you care?
Yeah, because they keep going murdering. There'll be no one left in 10 towns. There's already enough famine and freezing cold as it is. I can't stand it. I would have been able to put this one out long time ago. But alas, like I say, I've not been able to keep up with them. Investigated one town, only to hear that another murder has occurred over the next town. They're on the move, and they're on the move very likely right now.
So, you are asking us to help you? Or work with you?
I'm hiring you. And she slams down a massive bag of gold on the table.
I was just about to ask.
Ah,
I like
Wow.
gold.
How much?
100 gold pieces
Oh,
to
wow.
apprehend this murderer. If you can ascertain his guilt or deal with him, preferably without involving the authorities, well, when the job is done, you can return to me and collect this hefty payment. And she puts the bag back on her into her belt. Whoever this
Would
is,
you-
I can guess they're good with a blade. Sorry, what was that?
Well, I was going to ask. You said this is the type of thing you used to do. But
Aye.
where would you go if you were trying to catch them?
I believe that serial killers like these seem to be portraying a pattern. Targos, East Haven, Bryn Shander, they're all in a route. They're all neighbouring towns. This murderer went from one to the next, and if he started with Targos last time, they started with Targos again. Their next move is likely East Haven.
That makes sense. And Hulla looks at the others. He kind of shrugs. Go, 100 gold.
Yeah. How far away is East Haven from here?
Oh, for that you'll need a map. And she licks her lips and pulls out a piece of parchment and begins to like flick through it and then unroll it across the table, knocking
Why
over
don't-
her empty tank. Yep.
Why don't we go to Bryn? What's the third one? Bryn Shander? Why don't we go to Bryn Shander first? And wait. If they attack in East Haven, we'll know the pattern remains.
But that means that someone in East Haven might die as if they didn't have to. I mean, shouldn't we... No, we should stop a murder from happening. That's what good people do, isn't it?
Suppose it is.
Well,
It is
Yeah.
perhaps better than waiting, but I mean, I suppose it would depend how long it would take us to travel between the two
Aye.
towns. If we are able to get, like, if a murder occurs in one, are we going to be able to get to the other quick enough to stop it happening there?
Aye, you make a good point. It might already
Which
be
one
too
is
late,
closer?
but let's see. Here we go. This is Targos, and this is Bremen. Your neighbouring towns, and this, Bryn Shander, right here, and East Haven is over here. So I should get my facts right. It should have been Targos, Bryn Shander, then East Haven, and you can see the line
Oh.
that you can draw from all three towns.
So we should go to Bryn Shander. I was correct.
Yeah.
So,
yes, okay.
do we know if it's easier to take a boat? We saw those guys.
Boat. The boat will only get you across Mid Aldwyn and to Lonelywood
Oh, no.
or Tourmaline.
Alright.
She just points at the map.
Just we saw some fishermen from Targos.
Aye.
This is a good point. We should probably get a map of the area so we know where we're going, and it has all of the towns and things around listed.
Well, I suppose, as a sign of good faith, you can borrow mine. I don't mind. So long as you are up to the task and you can track this murderer down.
Well, we
Tracking
took
is-
down 3 fish yesterday, so a murderer is easy.
A human
May I take-
murderer instead
May I
of
take a
monsters.
May I take a look at your map?
Yes. This is the map she has at the moment. She's
Right.
marked down a few things. Mostly the 10 towns are prevalent here.
Okay.
So I will actually reveal those for you.
That's what I was hoping for.
Okay. So
So
Steve,
a good point, I guess, would be who here has seen someone die?
I have.
I have.
Hulla raises her hand.
Who
Have
I
you not?
can't imagine that no one here hasn't.
and who here has been responsible for someone dying, not just killing a monster?
Hulla raises her hand again.
So does Barry.
And Ashanti just looks at him like, why are you asking this question?
Just because we're going to kill someone. Is that
Oh yeah,
something
but not
that
a person, a serial killer. That's.
what you
I
well
mean, not that it's not a person, but it's an okay allowed killing.
depends on where you are. If you're in a city and you killed a murderer, you would also be seen as a murderer.
But that would also depend on the city's laws, right? Whereas here, it's more of a kill or be killed sort of environment, I think. Whilst there will be some laws amongst the towns to punish murder, I don't think if bounty hunters and such can make a living out here, then
I'd
it is.
rather you didn't get the authorities involved. All right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm
I
not
don't
saying
want this murderer turned in. If you catch my drift.
yeah,
Understood.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just making sure we're all on the same page here that we're going to end a life.
Aye.
Is there a problem with the authorities here?
No, I just don't see them doing what's right in this circumstance. This murderer needs to be stopped, not locked away.
You have an idea, don't you, who you think it is?
She raises an eyebrow. You can make an inside check.
You think it's somebody untouchable. Okay. Let me insight. Uh my better ones.
Ooh.
Holy Toledo!
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Nice.
You can tell with the raise of an eyebrow and the slight hesitation, that you can guess that she has a list of suspects already. That she says, whoever it is, they're clearly very good with a blade. That's troublesome. Makes them incredibly dangerous. There are a few who I know are skilled, likely either bodyguards or mercenaries. Those are who I would put at the top of my list to investigate.
All right, one more question. How do we know it's not you? Because if I wanted to hide, I'd hide by hiring people to run around like chickens with their heads cut off looking for someone else.
You're accusing me of killing a fellow dwarf
Not
in cold
accusing,
blood.
asking. Just asking.
The townsfolk know me around here. I've turned in villains before. Plenty of them. Why on earth would I just suddenly turn and start murdering innocent townsfolk?
Well, you want us to investigate, then we need to ask questions. You don't find answers by sitting quiet and assuming you know everything.
And lastly, I use an axe, not a weird ice popsicle.
Nice popsicle.
Aye. all the bodies were found with a dagger of ice lodged in their heart. And that is the sign of something magical. And
Wow.
I have not been able to even whistle a spell in all the years I've lived here.
Wouldn't the ice melt once it was inside the body? Wouldn't the heat of the body cause the ice to melt?
He gestures around. Does it look like anything melts in Icewindale?
Fair enough.
Not just... yeah.
I'll give you that one.
But you make a good point. There's something weird and magical about it. This ice is seemingly some sort of like... I don't know, it's... no one could like carve a blade, a blade out of ice so cleanly. I had to examine the last ones. It looked like pristine, as if something were like conjured or shaped into it.
What color was it?
Uh, a, a, an icy blue.
All right. I've heard
Were
of
you able to
ice.
take? Were you able to take any of the knives out? Bring them back? Once you
They
found them?
did. They did. They did dispose of the bodies and bury them, and I believe the authorities got a hold of the weapons. They weren't able to. Wasn't able to acquire those on account that I'm just a bounty hunter, and they don't want me taking the law into my own hands. But the authorities have these ice blades,
Well,
if they even still work.
at least we know where we can go. Get to Prince. And look for the weapon.
Yeah, you could have a look at them, but
The
that's
reason
if
I
they
asked,
allow you to.
the reason I asked about the color is, you know that we're staying at the buried treasure, and the innkeeper's son went out hunting for a member of the town who was lost, and he came back a day
Speaker.
later.
Aye.
He came back a day later, according to his mum, saying that, or acting very angry and holding a black shard of ice that did not melt. So
I
I'm
heard
wondering,
about that.
I'm
Some
wondering,
strange black crystal. I don't really think it's the same. This was like a blue, and it was formed into a weapon. But maybe. He shrugs. I'm not the most scholar on magic.
hmm,
Usually do things with my hands, tough. Do it the old tough way. But if you know something about magic and you can get your hands on either one of these peculiar items, then maybe you'll have a better chance at figuring it out. But
not I, Grandma. I am like you. I work with my hands and my weapons.
Did the authorities say anything? I mean, once they investigated, they didn't have any suspects? Or they didn't arrest anybody? Question anybody?
well, I think they may have questioned the families, but they were not in any kind of debt or if anything, I would say the families were it's hard to say better off than others, but they had a comfortable living. Most of them had a way of a living, the merchants or professions that they would have an income for. So they had gold,
Do you have
but
a
the murderer didn't kill for gold. Their belongings were left on them. coin purse and all.
Do you have names of the deceased? Maybe we can speak to the families, find out who might have it out against them. Must have been
I-
some sort of reasoning behind these families.
All right. Yeah. If you'd like to go from household to household and ask yourself, then by all means. And she gives you a list of
Household name.
yeah, which I'll find for you. Okay, so it was a dwarf, halfling, and a human, and then another halfling. Let's see. So the family name would have been Casktoe, the dwarves, or Casktoe. Leatherful was the human, and Bristlefoot was the halfling family name.
And then the most recent.
And the most recent one was Chainbraid. A family name by the name of Chainbraid. Yeah, that's it. Casktoe, like the nail. Yeah.
Oh.
All right. That's as much information I can give you for now. If you do find out anything, you can, well, you can either come back to Bremen, or you might be able to send word. There are messengers that go between the tunes.
One last question. How many
Hey,
others expired? How many other groups are looking for this murderer as well?
none. The last
None.
time I tried to do it on my own steam last time, and I came up with no leads, and the murders happened one after another too quickly, and I couldn't get ahead of them
All
to
right.
figure it out. And then before I could, I like went ahead to Ked and de Naval, and I thought there would be another one there, but then the murders stopped. It was just those three towns.
All right. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't another merchant chasing our gold.
One more last question. I don't see any markings on this map as to how far everything is from one another. What's the distance between here and Argos or here in Bryn Shander?
She scribbles out, what's it called? A key for how many miles it might be. And there you go. And look, I'll write this as well. This is a large town. That's a small town. There you go. And look, I'll dot out a road. Let's have a look. Aye, here. These are the roadways as well.
Ah.
These are paths well travelled between the towns. Merchants stick to these unless they're going for a shortcut from one town to another, but that means they're crossing the open tundra. This road here is known as the East Way.
The East Way.
Aye. That'll lead to East Haven. And it's quite a stretch, but if you now hold down control and draw like a line, like hold down and drag with your left click, it will tell you how many miles it is from one town to another. So from like Targos to Bryn Shander is like 3 miles. From Bremen to Targos, yeah, 1.25 miles.
It's like one and a half if you follow the path.
Mm-hmm.
They're close. They're close.
Aye. But don't stay out in the cold for too long. You'll still freeze to death.
Yes, we know.
And don't travel by night. But if you find any connection between these people, or even the towns, there might be a good bet. Otherwise, keep your ears out in the taverns. People gossip and share information. And when the job is done, we've got 100 gold sitting here waiting for you. But I'd be warn you, the serial killer he's clearly, or they are clearly very adept at killing. Just be warned. They might even be able to take on all of you.
All of us.
Back in my heyday, I could take on a whole crew of bandits just by myself. Just because you're outnumbered doesn't mean you're outgunned. And she taps both of her hand axes. She've clearly seen much battle. All right, off with you before they start their stalking in East Haven or Brinshanda. Brinshanda is likely their next port, but you gotta get through. You might as well travel into Targos first, and then head there because it's on the way. Maybe you can pick up some more clues.
And
Oh, and I guess I should warn you about Targos. Well, it's one of the bigger towns. You see, they have this policy. It's a little grim. Aye, they hold lotteries, but it's not the kind that you want to win.
Oh, is it like a what is it? Dead pool?
She says they draw names. One name. A sacrifice for Oriel.
Oh, never.
Who is
I don't-
Oriel?
Oriel. Oriel is the god of winter. She's known as like a demigod. Some worship
A
her.
demigod is not a full god.
Aye, she's like a lesser deity.
Yeah, she's a demigod of winter.
Should say like a lesser deity. So she is still a god, just not one sort of like who are as big as say like the All Father or and such.
So she's like like not a god of winter.
Oh, she's the god of winter, all right. She's the cold that creeps down your spine when you're trying to sleep. She's the
But she's
cold
not a god.
wind. Well, she
I don't have a
is.
spine.
Then she'll freeze your armor. Your joints will just seal together with ice. She's to be feared. And it's this fear that is driving Targos to sacrifice people. They think that it appeases her. They think that they won't be, well, brought down by her endless winter. Like, just be warned, that's all. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Because no one's exempt from the draw. And with that, she gives you guys a nod and heads towards the bar.
Well, that's not a very justified way to decide who dies.
well, it
Just seems
is.
fair though. If somebody needs to die, a lottery, everybody has an equal chance.
But some people are more useful than others.
That is true, but at the same time, if you were only to get rid of, like, all of the infirm or those who perhaps don't do as much, then is that really fair on them just because they can't
Well-
do as much?
Well,
And
yes.
if you're being honest with yourself, Hulla, you don't think the most powerful people in that town have a way around this?
I'm not talking powerful people. I just
Okay.
mean useful ones, like doctors and bakers and
But
cleaners.
by the sounds of what they were
Yes.
saying, with no one being exempt, it might be even guests are not exempt.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
that's what she was alluding to. Why she was giving you a heads up.
Mm. Oh yeah, no, I understand that. I just,
Mm.
you know, some people are, well, like a trapper is more useful than I don't know, a jeweler in times like this, don't you think?
True,
Should be
but
based on what's the most useful, who will save the most people.
What do you
Trapper
mean
would
by
murder
times
them.
like this?
I agree. But I suppose, taking into account sentimentalism, if you were to kill the jeweler, what if he has a large family? You're upsetting more people and perhaps causing further upset compared to if you killed the trapper, who's maybe a bit of a loner.
But if it's lottery anyway, then the
Hmm.
jeweler, it's not based on who has the most friends, is it?
No, but
They
my
could still
point
die.
is there is a certain fairness to it if everyone has an equal chance. So, yes, people will be upset, but they'll feel less like their loved ones were targeted rather than just because for the time being that person might not be as useful as someone else.
What if the
Yeah.
person who gets chosen is the doctor, and the person who gets saved is an old sick person? That doesn't make sense. You're
Well,
killing your own chances.
And
not
you think
everything has to make sense.
you are an optimist if you think it's fair.
Yeah, I
Do you
don't
think people cheat at a lottery?
I don't think people cheat. I know people cheat.
Well,
I've been
Some.
on the road my whole life. There are good people aplenty, but there are also bad people and then people that just are looking out for their own interests.
I
so
find
you think the good people are saving the doctors then?
I wouldn't
I
necessarily the good people, but those
Yeah.
with the influence. It would not surprise me if, for example, they are drawing names out of a box if some names appear in there more often than others.
I find this funny that you're all talking about it as if it's fair in general, like just straight up sacrificing.
If it's for the greater good of the entire town, the loss of one might be enough to keep the entire town going, whereas if they didn't do it, perhaps they lose the entire town.
But-
Exactly.
How do they know it's for a greater good? What comes of this sacrifice?
That I don't know the answer to.
The
Maybe
goddess
they
doesn't make things worse.
also they may
That's what
think
it's for. It's to appeal to the one who's demanding the sacrifice. Now, I don't know if she is the one asking for the sacrifice, but if she is, and if she asks for a tribute in exchange for leaving everyone else alone, isn't that a worthy price to pay?
ugh, I don't know.
Wouldn't you pay that price yourself? Wouldn't you walk into that sacrifice yourself to save your family?
I don't know about that, but
All I
sounds like
know is
just senseless murders to me.
It is,
Right.
but
Grumsh would consider it a waste of a warrior.
survival is sometimes necessary, regardless of what happens. But I can't say I agree with it necessarily, but I also can't argue with the customs of people I've never met. I would imagine that some of the customs of my people or some of the other tribes would shock you to the bone.
Yeah. Who knows? We may get to Targos and trees are blooming and everything's sunshines and happy though.
I'm not going to go down willingly if they think they're going to sacrifice me.
Well,
Mm.
looking at this, it'll be a 3-hour journey to Targos, and then who knows on from there. Is there anything we
Oh,
want to clear up in time before?
We probably
But
want to
yes.
go speak to that Tali, right?
yeah, I was thinking. I've got the notepad right here.
Wait, Geist, you should come with me first. I think that
Mm,
the priestess of Hades will help you out a little bit with some of your cold problems.
I
I've convinced her that you might be useful.
I mean, if it will help, then and will allow me to be more useful, then and survive long enough to achieve my goals, then I will come with you.
Come with me,
I
and
I would like to see this church of yours.
uh,
If the
okay. The
church
the church is open to everyone.
if the
Mm.
church is here sacrifice, well, I made an assumption that a church was doing the sacrificing. It may be somebody else, another group in town.
No
Oh, it
offense.
sounds like the Church of Oral.
No,
Hades doesn't demand sacrifices. Hades is about balance, guarding the barrier between life and death, and making sure that no one crosses the door who doesn't have to. Hades doesn't want to kill anyone, just those who death comes for naturally.
Thank you for clarifying that. And while we're walking to church, I'll lean back to 607 and just kind of whisper, "Are you okay with this?"
I will not go to the church.
yeah, no
You go.
offense, but not my church, and I don't care so long as you guys don't die.
All right.
Wow.
I'm
Hades,
gonna. I will whisper back to Ashanti and just say that keep an eye out and let me know what you think later on. But I will go with Barritomus.
Okay.
Barry Thomas.
Damn it!
Uh,
This is happening.
So you guys could go find Tali whilst you,
Yeah,
Hulla and Geist and Ashanti
Yeah.
go to the church.
I'm gonna
So
go
that sounds
find
good.
Tali.
So I'm actually going to say the
I'll
Church of
get
Hades is over here, on the
it's over
outskirts
where?
of the town.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna.
Sorry, I
I
thought it
was.
was to the south for some reason.
I changed my. Well,
Thank
the
you.
buried treasures is down there, but I think it's more fitting to have like the church on near the outskirts, and that's also
Yeah.
perhaps why it's kind of fallen into disrepair. It's not huddled in with the other towns, so it takes the brunt of the cold winds that whip against the rooftops. And yeah, you guys approach. It looks like from the outside, this place would be abandoned if it wasn't for the ghostly blue flickering lights that adorn the entranceway. And as you're approaching and you creak open the door, you see figures shifting inside, almost like draped wraiths, kind of almost hovering across the stonework. But Harlow, you recognize these as your sisters, and they see that you have brought someone. Let's drag your tokens onto the map. And I think Ashanti, yeah. There we go.
Wonder how they make flames burn blue.
You know, can I just ask, is everyone able to see this map?
No.
I can
No.
see it.
Okay,
I can.
let me give. I think I've got an idea. We're going to give everyone ownership over bits because they haven't got any secrets, or at least so long as you, so much as you know. But now you should all be able to see through bits, right?
Is bits there? Oh, there you go.
It says
There you
all
go.
the secrets.
No, he doesn't have all the secrets, just bits of secrets.
Oh yeah, I knew that was coming.
The
Okay,
rest
was
you need to
good.
speak to Bob's.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then you'll have the full lowdown. Okay, so now you can see. You can even move bits if everyone wants to keep up and figure out where the friends are going. Okay, so yeah, you enter in. You can hear the creaking of the rafters up above, and you can hear some of the priestesses and they're in quiet prayer, and it appears as though at the very back near the altar, Danica Greysteel is performing some sort of ritual of divination as she is looking down directly at the floor as she seems to be using this bowl of bones that is set out in front of her, and she seems to reach into some of the bones, rattling them, and then she rolls them across the table, and you can see runes light up onto each bone, and all the while she seems to be just staring directly down at the floor, not looking at the runes. So, Hulla, you lead your allies in.
I'll turn back to them and put my hands to my lips. Go, shh. Wait till she's finished. And
You guys will nod.
approach just behind the other servants. Kind of a respectful distance back, just waiting for the viewing to be finished.
It appears to be some sort of augury spell, where she is rolling the bones to divine some guidance from Hades. And it seems as though she has reached an answer, because she gestures to one of the other acolytes and says, "Sister, fetch for me the lantern of tracking." And she nods and begins to make her way down past the pews. And even though she is completely blindfolded, she doesn't seem to knock into any of them. It's almost like she has a sense beyond sight. And you know that this has been known to be a sort of reverence to the Lord of the Underworld, as one of his many names is the Unseen. And she draws a curtain near the back of the room and heads into one of the side chambers. But after that, she seems to dismiss her other acolyte and then address you, Hulla, and says, "Welcome back. This
Thank
is the
you.
one you mentioned."
This is the one. And she goes and takes Geist by the arm. Come to the disciple. We're going to hunt a serial killer, someone who takes lives that shouldn't be his, or theirs, or hers. But we could use a little bit of help.
She
Is he
offers
worthy?
she offers out this cold, bony hand towards yours, Geist, and says, "The shadows embrace you here."
Jace seems hesitant, but will. Is the hand being like held out as for like a handshake, or is it more just like a gesture?
Her hand is like palm side up, and she's reaching across the altar to yours, and she doesn't seem to be dissuaded by the frostbitten wounds across your fingertips. She seems to know what your ailments are.
I will hold out my hand, palm up towards them, because I'm not quite sure what the etiquette is for this, so I'm just going to mimic what they do.
She places her other hand atop yours, and you feel her skin is almost as cold as yours is to the touch. Almost feels like she is like this icy wraith of death, But she says, you came close to the precipice, and yet you remain vigilant. You wish to survive.
I wish to
Yes.
do more than just survive. I wish to grow strong, able to survive the cold and do what must be done.
And what is it you must do?
Become a wolf worthy of leading my pack.
A wolf tribe. Yes, I hear it, howling within your spirit. She seems to raise up her head, and though you're now sort of face to face with her, it still seems as though her eyes are these sunken voids. But you feel like as if she's staring into you, into your depths. Like she can read the very underworld of your own soul. Your ailments are severe. However, with more rest, we may be able to hasten your recovery and stave off this deathly cold.
If I had time to rest, I would, but as Hulla said, we have something we are trying to hunt, and if we leave it too long, the trail will become cold and they will get away with more killing, more taking of lives that do not deserve or should not be taken.
You say this, I'm actually gonna roll insight on this matter. A 14. She seems to again gaze at you, and with her other hands, she reaches down into the bowl of bones and seems to roll them across the table. And the clatter comes to a halt with a blue glow from the runes. Hmm. Yes. Time is of the essence. She seems to let this sentiment hang. And death waits for no one. Not even you. Very well then. If it is... If you must be on your way, there is something we can do to aid you. If you are not to remain here. However, perhaps you would repay us by taking up this charge. Hulla has a quest that she must embark on for the church. If you aid her in this, we will give you one of our sacred scrolls, such that you can recover quicker. Do you accept?
The just sort of considering the proper way to say this, he goes, everything has its price, and if the price for receiving this aid is that I must return aid, then that seems a price that is more than fair. I accept.
Consider this less of a trade and more of a reward for your service to the Lord of the Shadows. And as she says this, she nods towards the other acolyte who has now returned, almost in complete silence. You turn and you realize she's there, but she seems to be holding a glowing lantern in her hands. And Hulla, you have seen this lantern be produced once or twice before, and you recognize this as she announces it. This is a lantern of tracking. and the acolyte places it onto the stone altar. And I actually have some art for you. Yeah, here we go. So it places down this kind of like cold iron lantern. You can see it does use oil, and yet it seems to give off this kind of eerie blue glow, much like the ghostly kind of lights in the braziers around you. She says, "We have attuned it to detect fey spirits. Hulla. We believe that the spirits of this land may hold the secrets to uncovering the changes that are taking place. You must find one for us, retrieve it, and bring it back to the church. Do
Bring back a
this."
fae? That's
She nods.
okay.
They are elusive, these creatures, only small. They are known as Chewingas, and they are the key, at least so far as Hades has guided at me in improving Icewindale's climbing. Since Chewingas are known to inhabit the Ten Towns and have some ability to alter their natural surroundings, we believe that we can learn a lot by studying one up close. This
And
lantern will help track and locate one. It will glow green in the presence of a fae. That is when you will know one is near. Questions?
how do I trap a fae creature? I don't know anything about fae creatures. Can you just catch them like normal? Like other creatures with a net?
As acolytes of the underworld, we are more akin to dealing with undead. I'm afraid I cannot offer much guidance on this. All I know is that this apparently holds the secrets. Perhaps you may ask Hades for your own guidance on this matter, but I can offer little direction on Fae. They are unnatural to us. They are almost the dichotomy to death.
Okay. If you really think this will help, of course.
It is Hades' will.
I serve Hades' will. And she bows again.
Be ever watchful over the line. And she hands you the lantern of tracking.
I
I'll
guard
put
the
onto
door
your
with
commander
honor.
sheet.
Yep. Yay, lantern.
And there you go.
Does the
You can have a little
lantern
read of its
produce
ability.
heat?
You will need to fuel it with oil, but it does produce a small, bright light.
300 feet of any creature of that type. The flame turns bright green. Okay. Okay. I take the lantern and check that it's full of oil.
Yep,
And
it's fully stocked.
excellent.
And with that, then Danica turns to you, Wealgeist, and produces from one of her long black gossamer sleeves a scroll case and hands it to you, Geist. as well as a. Let me just check. Nope. Check. Yep, she does actually. Sorry, she also hands you a small coffer, and inside you see there are 25 gold pieces as well, and says this should hopefully cover any rations and expenses on your journey in locating these Chewingas. Check every town. There's a chance, or at least one of them may be nearby. I heard they are curious about humanoids and our ways. Our civilization is like it is alien to them. Perhaps you will have luck in using that curiosity to your advantage.
Thank you. This will be useful.
Geist will nod in thanks and take the items that have been offered. I will do my best to aid Hulla in her mission.
All right. And whilst as you bow and you're near the altar, there is actually also an open book here in front of you, and as you're bowing, you just happen to have your eyes glance across the pages, and these seem to be inscriptions and rites, but they're upside down to you because they're facing her. But what definitely catches your eye is a depiction, like a drawing of bones, and they seem to be arranged in the form of a dragon. And she seems to leave you with one departing message, and says, "Should your bodies perish, may our spirits convene in the depths of the Shadowfell's embrace."
May we bring honor to the gates of death. And I'll make a low bow to the altar, and then take Geist's arm and bring him back down.
And then Geist, once they're a bit further away, will probably hand the scroll case and the coffer to Hulla because they probably know better what they're doing with it than he does.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, this is a scroll of lesser restoration.
Yay!
Now, it's going to help remove one level of exhaustion, but only once you've recovered down to one level of exhaustion. So now it's going to reduce the days you need to recover by 2, right?
Yeah.
So you're on 3, you're going to need 2 nights without any exhaustion. If you can get to 1, you can immediately get off of 1 and onto 0. So that's the best they can offer you in this endeavor. Plus the 25 gold to hopefully get you maybe some warmer gear. You might put it to that. It's your goal at this point to put to whatever means you want.
Yeah, like I've got rations. I mean,
I've got lots of rations as well. We can. I mean, the temple doesn't have much use for them anymore, but we need is cold weather gear. Maybe a tent. I mean, an insulated tent. I have a tarp, but
I have a tent, but not something that is insulated against the cold. The best bet I could think would be to light a fire near the entrance to at least allow some heat in, but it's still not going to necessarily help.
No. You want to be very careful about tents that they can trap you inside just as much as they can trap the weather outside. It's Hulla. Being in a tent means that you can't always see what is outside.
well, presumably we would take a watch if there's going to be several of us, wouldn't we?
That's a valid point.
In the meantime, shelter from the storm seems like an important thing.
But
Well,
yeah, I mean, looking at, the tent I
You get fur
have,
lightning with that.
yeah, the tent I have is only suitable for 2 people. I don't know if we have any other shelter amongst the group. And I would imagine that a shelter big enough to house all of us would be quite costly.
See.
However,
Hmm.
we might be able
there
to.
are are ways. When we were in the Stormhorn Mountains, and had gotten separated from the caravan, I was taught to use the lower boughs of pine trees, and you basically pull them down to the ground to form an impromptu shelter. And it was surprisingly warm.
Another way to stay warm is oddly to dig a cave in the snow if you can. It can protect you
Come on,
from
Bits.
the cold.
Come on.
At least I'm pretty sure
I
that's a thing. Out of
You
character.
you can use the snow to make a shelter from the wind, but
Yes.
you still need to insulate it. You still need some kind of heat. Otherwise, it's just cold on cold on cold.
Well, I have
Caves are
seen.
That's not true, Sara-Jane.
I have seen. In my travels, at least, that people have managed to make warmth in such places. The snow itself, as cold as it is, can actually be used for warmth. It's as strange as it might be, but
sometimes that's enough. Depends on what's outside.
Mm-hmm.
exactly. But
And that's Hulla speaking, not Sara-Jane, who knows how igloos work.
Right.
at least we might be able to get some upgrades to our equipment to help us with the cold, at least for the time being, on our initial travels to Targos and then Brinchanda. We shouldn't need to worry too much about shelter unless we get caught out guard and somehow take far longer to get there than it should.
We should prepare anyway. Storms can come out of nowhere. Believe me, I
That
know.
is very true. But you can. It's how much we can prepare. In terms of pressure and such, I don't have much on me that is of value. I barely have 5 silver pieces.
Well, I have some gold now, so let's see what we can get. But we should
Yes.
probably get the others first. I
Yes.
don't imagine
Okay.
they'll be happy if we go off on our own shopping.
Agreed.
Let's head back to Bremen then and see where 607 and Barry have headed off. So you could look around some of the taverns, or you could go back to the docks where you first met Tali. What do you want to look for?
Yeah, they didn't leave any means of knowing where they'd be. I guess back to the dock?
We should go maybe to the docks or to the tavern to find. She's a researcher, right? So she would be one of those places.
Maybe
The
she's
docks to research or to the tavern to write?
maybe she's still by the docks. I don't know.
Hmm.
Identifying local fish or whatnot. I don't know.
Okay,
But,
to the docks.
But maybe we can speak to the what was he called? Grinsk? About maybe
Grinsk, yeah,
maybe
he's there.
fixing his boat up. Maybe we can get a pretty penny there.
Ah, you're back, my faithful fisherman. You come to return to breathe the waters again.
Oh,
There's
No.
plenty more fish to be hooking.
no, we're all right, thanks. You seen the elf about?
The elf.
You know, the wildlife documenter.
Knowing her, she's likely watching, waiting for another adventurer like yourselves to come up, so she can warn them again about the big old monster. And you do actually see, she gestures around saying this. You can look behind you, in one of the nearby houses, you can see that she's actually set up like a little desk and writing notes. But she's set it up so that she can see out the window if anyone's near the docks. And she suddenly like sits up in her chair and noticing you, and then folds up her leather notebook and quickly rushes outside whilst pulling her hood up.
I walk out to meet her. I don't even say anything to Grins. I just walk out to meet her.
All right.
You can always change your mind.
Yeah. How much would you pay fix that old dingboat though?
The thing dot boat. Well, it still works. It's just in need of a paint job, and the front's a bit chopped.
Wasn't it described to us like having a hole in it?
No, otherwise it literally wouldn't float. It's got a hole missing out the front. So imagine like Viking longboats. You'd have like these big, like a headstone at the front of the ship. But it's not like a mermaid or anything. It's just this big sort of wave-like shape that goes up, and there's just a whole bite mark, like a chunk bit out of the front of that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It had a hole in it, and it wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't. None of these boats are floating right now. They're resting on the ice.
Yeah, that's true. All right. You know what? You can give me a persuasion check, because he doesn't seem to necessarily care that they're a bit dinged up, but maybe you can like persuade him that.
Trying to. Oh wait, 14.
Oh, you got a 14. I guess they could look a bit more presentable on the waves. Those Targos boys have always got the snazzy looking ships. And I will admit their flag looks way better. Tell you what, alright. You can clean up or replace it. You got wood carver stalls there, I see.
No, but I tinker a bit. I can do an easy fix.
Oh, alright. Yeah, I'll give you like 10 silver.
10 silver. Seriously? Not even good old gold?
Gold? That's like the price of a whole knucklehead trout. Hang on. 10 silver is 1 gold.
Just a good old merchant joke.
Yeah, alright, get to it then. I'll. And if you change your mind, if you do want to get out to those waters, the offer's still there.
Yeah, I think we're just learning to survive first before we take a trip on the lake.
607, Tali rushes up to you. Oh, you've I wondered if you'd make it back. I waited for hours in the cold night, but there was no sign of you. You must have got back pretty late.
We did not. Yes, it took longer than expected to get back.
Oh, but did you see the beast? Did you? What news?
We saw something. We don't know if it was the beast. Do you have any description I can confirm? But we saw something large towards the end on our way back, but we didn't see it very clearly.
Well, please, you got to tell me everything. And she brings out like a quill and notebook.
I give her a description of what we saw at the end.
Nippers? And a long neck. That sounds
Yes.
like.
So-
Does that match what you believe it is?
Well, you know what? She'll roll a nature check. I believe everyone else did. He says, I've heard of these, but I thought they were all extinct. I guess some are still alive. Maybe they've always been alive. Just the change in the environment has perhaps brought them out here. And she says something again. Do either of you speak Elvish?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Sylvan.
Sylvan? You recognize the tone and dialect as perhaps she's saying something that's in amazement or shock, but she's like, oh, Eldrane. Oh, yes, yes. And she starts jotting out some more, just more like scribbles.
What do you mean by the change in weather? It's just winter here. There's no change.
Just winter? You think it's been just winter for, what, 3 years? This place hasn't seen the light of day in a very long time. That can do irreparable damage to the environment. With no sun, no crops, circadian rhythms go out of control, and everything's off balance.
So why do people remain?
This is their home. And they believe that if they can appease Oriel, that maybe she'll let them live.
Yes,
But
we've
I
heard
think
about the sacrifices in other towns, but those don't seem to be working, do they? They're just killing people.
she lowers her head. The people here in Bremen are at least a little more lenient, but they still make their sacrifices. And she gestures towards the center of town, where you see there seems to be a log fire just burning.
That's
And
expensive.
she nods.
Waste of resources.
She doesn't admit it for fear that she will displease Audril, perhaps. But yeah, you see a bunch of logs just being sacrificed to the cold out there. And there's no one is gathered around the fire. It's almost like it's forbidden. But the wildlife, yes. The other towns, they sacrifice rations, food. Others, warmth. And Targos, well, it's a little bit more extreme. But they are one of the bigger towns. I think they feel like as if they need all the protection they can get.
Do you know what they hope to get out of that? Besides some vague protection from a winter that never ends?
Pentowners fear Auril. You must understand. This isn't like a trade or a bargain they've got with this god. It is a plea. It is them begging Auril to spare them.
Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, myself. Plus, who cares if there's a bit of like if there's no sun? The whole cities that work underground.
Perhaps when you've been here long enough, you'll begin to see as well that people will do anything. Any act of desperation just to make it through another day.
I'm well aware of desperation to survive.
Well, they've turned to these extreme measures for good or for bad. This is the state of things. And until we fix, well, this everlasting winter, people will likely remain trying to appease Auril. Um,
I can
Forgive
think of
me,
one way to do that. It's quite simple, actually. Seems that Oriel is causing this everlasting winter, and from what I understand, Oriel is not a god. So why don't you send an army to go kill her, or him, or them, or whoever?
she most definitely is a god, unless you don't seem to think so. I guess
Hmm.
a god in some sense. Others have reported they've seen physical manifestations of her. She can take many forms, so the tales go. But
I've met mages that can do the same thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of things out there that can do that.
Barritomus here appeared out of a hole in the sky yesterday.
Hmm.
Is he a god? No, he's not.
I win.
you were able to teleport?
No, no, not
Oh,
by chance.
so your god teleported you here.
That's what you want to call it.
Still, teleportation is godlike powers, then. Uh, Forgive me, I haven't paid you for your information.
Oh
Uh,
yes, money would be good.
I don't have much money, but I can offer you this. And she pulls out another scroll, as it happens. And this case has got animal carvings up the sides of the wooden tube. And she says, "I worked on it whilst you guys were out on the lake. I managed to finish it just as I fell asleep. It's a scroll of animal friendship. So perhaps if you do come across a terrifying beast out in the wilderness, maybe instead of killing it, we can help better understand them. Just take it. It might help."
Ah,
That's a good point. We've been tasked or hired to investigate some murders happening in Targos and other cities, other of the towns along the Eastway.
Oh, no.
What kind of wildlife do you think we can expect to encounter? Anything we need to be particularly worried about?
Oh yes, crag cats, polar bears. There's all sorts of wilderness lurking out there. But those are the least of your worries. The much
What's a
more
polar
deadly
bear?
encounters. Oh, they're big, white, fluffy bears. They live out in the tundras, and they well, they're pretty powerful.
Hmm.
They could kill a man if they were, if they felt threatened. They're fiercely territorial.
Interesting.
this scroll you're given, is this like anyone can use it, or do you have?
Oh, forgive me. You don't have a druid or ranger in your party?
Wait, do we? One?
Does anyone know? Um, is anyone
We have a
proficient in
dog.
nature? Are they a druid?
No, I think it's just a dog.
Oh, well, if anyone's proficient in nature, they might have better luck in using this.
Barry, are you proficient in nature? Are you a nature lover?
I don't mind a bit of nature, but I would say it's up my alley.
Oh no, is no one
Hmm.
proficient?
No.
I am, but I'm not there.
Oh, thank fuck. Okay. I was worried we didn't have anyone for a moment. Just gave you a user scroll. So, in my games, you can use the proficiency in nature to cast scrolls that a druid has made. So, druid ranger spells like primal spells you can use nature, and if it's like if you had no divine casters, you could use a proficiency in religion to understand the scroll and cast it, even if it wasn't on your spell list. And the same goes for Arcana with Wizard, Warlock, Sorcerer, and Artificer spells. And lastly, there are bards. Yes, bards are a bit of a bit of an yeah, it's a wild card. Bards have sheet music instead of spell scrolls, and they use performance. Correct. If anyone was proficient in performance, they could read bard scrolls. But I don't think you'll get any of those.
I'm proficient in performance.
Hey.
Wow.
Well, if you ever come across a scroll of vicious mockery or dissonant whispers, then
I can't remember why I'm proficient in it, but I am apparently.
And the same is true for making scrolls as well. So, for example, Hulla, if you did want to make a scroll, if you ever got the downtime and funds to do it, you could use your. Oh, you're not proficient in religion, but you could, if you had religion or Arcana, make scrolls.
Cool. Alas, I'm
What?
I mean, I'm just an acolyte. I don't know anything about religion.
True, that makes sense.
Yep.
Do you know where we could potentially go for
Well, for what? Sorry.
some stuff like you know, not equipment, like scrap, wood, hidden gem, like not actual gems, but like
Gems.
trinkets and stuff.
I heard that there was a gem mine. If is that what you mean? Like a
No, like
place you can go.
a shop that sells oddities.
Oh, a shop.
Yeah, shop.
I see. I thought. Well, there is a gem mine near Tourmaline. I know that much.
That's interesting.
So if there's any chance of a jeweler, then I suppose Tourmaline would be your best bet.
I just in here. Do you know it? Like in Bremen?
Yeah.
Bren.
We're in Bremen.
Yeah. Like somewhere I can buy some stuff. Stuff
You
I
could
can...
ask around the 5 taverns, though they're not specialized as such. You might be able to buy and trade whatever you can find, but if you want specialty in gemstones and such, I think Tourmaline or Lonely Wood, they're kind of nearby, a neighboring town. But...
feel like she's misunderstood what I was on about, but okay.
Well, you were kind of cutting out, so I didn't quite get what you were saying.
Oh, sorry, was I cutting out? No,
A little bit.
Looking for a shop with oddities. Stuff that might be broken that I can fix and sell on.
Okay, yeah, still, again, same answer. Check around the 5 tavern center. Those guys are always trying to outdo each other. Those brothers, they're competing to see who's got the best tavern, and they might want something unique to like catch people's eyes and attention.
Good to know.
All right. Thank you again. If you do ever find more interesting monsters, there's some quotation marks out there, I'd love to hear your reports.
So is this like a thing we're gonna have? We find monsters, you give us scrolls.
Well, if we want to make it a sort of partnership, yes, perhaps. I would love to see more of that Plesiosaurus out in the lake. She finally names the beast.
Could be a good resource for us.
Yeah,
well.
I look forward to further trade with you, Telly. And he holds out his hand to shake hers.
She shakes yours, and she then immediately like brings her arms back into her sleeves and says, "Oh, can't stay out here for too long. It's so cold." And she backs up onto the porch of the inn that she's staying at.
Should we go find the others?
Yeah, let's find the others, or find some sort of place to go in. I think I'm chattering too much. People are struggling to understand me.
This is the most
Alright.
talkative you've been since I met you.
I like a good
I wonder
troll.
if I can pry your lips a little bit more.
Well, what about you? How does a
Hmm?
hunk of metal come to be sentient?
That's a good question. One I don't have an answer to.
Hmm.
That's why I'm here.
Well, maybe we can find out number 2. I mean, 607 was it?
607.
607. Alright.
Are
607.
you all finished with that boat? Grink shouts out.
I'm go. Oh yeah, I was gonna go get the wood unless you got some lying about.
I'll go fetch you some. One
Okay.
second.
We're fixing a boat now, I guess.
You can fix the boat. I will supervise.
Sounds good. Oh, did he take some from the logs in the middle?
Here you go. Oh, fresh off the my stove. That'll do, right? He gives you a plank of wood.
Yeah, and I'll get to it. I'll put in. Well, I guess while they're doing their church stuff.
You
Oh.
actually don't notice him do this, but I think 607. No, neither of you notice him do this, which is maybe a good thing because you don't want to know where it came from. Yeah, you got a 12 for a sleight of hand.
Yeah.
Neither of you have high enough passive perception.
So I'll start.
Yeah.
I'll start fixing that hole in the boat.
Good lad.
Good gold.
Yeah, with your tinker tools, it's not like a terrible break. You're more just sort of fixing the design of the boat, not the function. So I'm not going to even require a roll for this. It's just sort of like, like you said, fixing the dinged up damages.
A bit of DIY.
Yeah, exactly. And he pays you 10 silver. So you can add that to your sheet.
While he's fixing the boat,
There you go. Ta-da.
I'd like to watch Barry very closely just to get a sense of a little bit more. Let's see if I get a sense of who he is just by him doing this work.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want, you could probably roll an insight, and we'll go. I'll let Jamey describe how much he wants to give away based on your roll. Well,
Not
there
a
you
lot.
go. Up to you how much you want to tell him on that for.
So he gets out his trusty little hammer. He puts the wood to the boat and he knocks a few nails in and makes it look nice. Gives it a bit of a bit of a furnish, so it looks nice and well done. And then, yeah, that's what he does. He just fixes the boat.
There you go. He just fixes the boat. I think that's fair with a four.
He does it as if in a manner that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like he
Looks like
doesn't
he
look.
knows what he's doing.
He don't look like an amateur.
Cool. That's as much as you glean for now. And you can see the others coming down the trail from the Church of Hades. And Guy still looks just as bad as he did before. But now
I see religion failed once again.
Well, they did give us something, but it's no good until he gets a little bit better. Religion is funny like that. It never gives you the answers you want.
Nobody's ever better until they get better. That's how medicine works. That's how he fixed a boat. It wasn't better until he fixed the boat with a plank of wood.
And he looks at, Hulla looks at Geist for a little bit of support there. I just meant, never mind. It'll be useful a little bit later. That's all.
It is something that will speed up the process, but right now my body is not in a state that it will be of assistance. I need to be a little bit further.
Interesting.
I need to defrost a little bit.
Do you want me to cast a warming spell on you? I can do that now. You don't have to get better for me to do that.
I mean, it might help during our journey across to the next town. We've also been provided with some gold that might also be helpful.
Oh, good. We probably need
If-
to do some prep
Shopping?
and get some supplies. I have an idea.
If we purchase a sled, I can probably pull it. If somebody
Ashanti, I've been
needs to,
traveling with you too long. That was my idea.
yeah,
To tie it, I
that
was
is,
gonna buy a harness and tie a sled around to the back of you so you could pull it. You're the strongest
Oh
of
my
us, I believe. So
Can't take it. Wow.
I'm sorry, what, Chris?
Telling you to be the sled dog.
No, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, one, I sure that Ashanti's pulled many a hand wagon when somebody
Mhm.
got too tired to be with the tavern. And two, I'm the strongest. Well, Hulla may actually be stronger than I because she's slightly bigger and slightly heavier, but um, I'm just I I'm gonna pretend that I'm the strongest.
Sound good with everyone?
Yeah, guess so.
yes,
Okay.
that was my plan.
So, gonna need to buy a sled. Let me check what we got.
200 gold pieces.
Mm,
Well, I brought Senrith with
sleds.
me to use as trade goods. Um, I have a pound of cinnamon, which is 30 tablespoons. So if we sell each tablespoon for like a silver, it might be able to get us a sled. I would like to hold some back though for our dinners.
If we're going to be hunting for our dinners, then the more spices we have, the better. I mean, I have salt and pepper and ginger, but I don't have cinnamon.
I have salt and pepper and cinnamon. We would need to buy flour and
I have
onions.
flour. Yep.
Oh, good.
No
Um,
onions.
maybe onions and mushrooms. Um, onions are great because you can use those as kebabs. You can put them into a hash, a stew, or a soup. So they're really good flavoring, and they bulk up a meal tremendously. You can also add mushrooms for flavor, although I don't know if everybody in the group would eat mushrooms. I know my dad liked them, but I don't think every human does or every dwarf does. Carrots are also a really good filler, and we can, as long as we've got salt, we can preserve any meat that we have that we hunt out on the tundra.
Which brings me
Oh,
to another point, actually. The elf Tali told us we might encounter something called a polar bear, which is a large bear, which, if we were to kill one, would provide meat for those of you that eat and for bits.
Uh,
And potentially if it's like the regular bears, then it would have some sort of fur or something we could use, and that could keep us warm.
Oh, but also she gave us a scroll to avoid killing any animal. Kind of.
I would
Yes, but that only we need to be
prefer
nature proficient, and we weren't nature proficient, so killing the
I
I
think
bear seems like the best option.
I would
I would
prefer not to kill a polar bear right off the bat. If we can if we can just make sure it's not sentient, I would appreciate that. Some polar bears are people.
we can kill deer. Might be a little easier to hunt than a predator, a large predator.
A deer would not have the same fur as a bear, though.
You can still use deer hide,
Oh,
Hmm.
but
Do
maybe we just
do they not
get
have
whatever we
reindeer here?
can.
There
Do they
there
not
are there are
reindeer?
migratory herds of reindeer. It's one of the things that the tribes tend to follow and hunt.
I've
Um,
not seen one, but I heard that they have thicker fur than the deer we're used to down south.
Is
Mhm.
this for
Oh, potentially.
is this for food for tonight?
Well,
No, not
Well,
not
if we're gonna be
well.
if we're gonna be traveling, but I imagine it would be food for a while. A single deer or bear or whatever it happens to be would feed
So shouldn't
you
we
all.
discuss this in case we come across any on our travel while we're traveling?
yeah, Sid would also be good trade goods, I would imagine, which
Yeah,
is
can't
Yes.
imagine we'll come across a deer in town.
no.
Mhm.
um, I also have a sling in case 6 or 7. I don't know if you remember catching that rabbit that one night, but that they make really good stew, and you can turn their skins into gloves and muffs and ear muffs and things like that too. So,
Yes. I remember
so
you enjoyed eating rabbit very much.
yes, the snowshoe hare was really tasty.
The white one, yes, white rabbit,
Hmm.
very tasty.
Okay. If you head into the taverns for a bit to look around for some shops, doesn't take you long. Find there is a merchant selling dog sleds, and you can hear the yapping of a nearby uh, kennel. All the dogs in there are kind of wild for some reason, and you can hear there's a gruff human 10-towner trying to settle them down. All right, keep your yapping down. What can I do you for? You looking for a dog sled or a dog? It'll be 20 gold for an empty sled,
How much for a
or
dog?
50.
Ooh, we have a dog. Well, she does.
Ah, you have a puppy. This is a dog, and you hear him
I
like
am
he whistles, and there is a beast of a husky that comes out of one of the kennels. These things look more like wolves than they do dogs.
Bits is growling softly. She is going to let this husky know that Ashanti's her person, and she will go down fighting for Ashanti. Now, Bits weighs 185 pounds. She's not a little bitty dog.
Hmm. My dogs can lift and pull 360 pounds.
I don't want to try something here.
This is a competition. Hmm. Why don't we have how? Why don't we have a competition of the dogs? If her dog can pull better than your best dog, then you give us a sled.
You haven't even said what I get.
What do you want? How about
What have you got to offer?
how about a good luck dream catcher? It's even got the
Ah,
blood. It's got the feather and blood of an owlbear, said to give the best sleep in cold winters.
kind of like rubs his temple for a moment. Give me a persuasion check.
Oh well.
Doesn't. He's like,
Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah.
11. It's
11 isn't
it's
gonna do
big.
it. This guy seems to be like a practical kind of guy. He doesn't seem to want or is enticed by trinkets. Keep your weird little knickknacks to yourself. Unless you've got something worthy. or gold. This bet is sounds one-sided to me. Oh, actually, that fancy-looking lantern that could be useful.
Oh,
At Hulla's side, everyone has noticed that there's this blue lantern.
Oh,
That is,
I'm
giving off a light.
sorry, the lantern's not for sale. We
Not
need
for
it
sale?
for.
Oh, I'm not saying it's for sale. I'm saying if I lose, you can get one of my sleds. If I win, I'll have that lantern.
I'd
Looks,
rather pull the sled myself, to be honest.
all right, well, 20 gold then. That's the price.
And
Hmm.
let's just take the sled. We can pull it for now.
Hmm.
We just need
Geist
something to
is
carry.
Geist is on the floor with the husky at the moment.
Okay. Give me an animal handling check. Oh, actually, I just realized something. I'll whisper you something. But you can roll this with advantage. This animal handling check because of reasons. And where is? There he is. So yeah, just do that as you will. It seems as though these huskies, although they're like yapping and they may have been like having this kind of growl off with bits, the one that's come over to Guy seems absolutely incredibly friendly and is more than happy to sort of nuzzle in and seem to make friends very quickly.
Geist is just probably for the first time since you've seen him has an actual smile on his face.
Are we? Is everyone else okay if we just take the sled? Do we need a sled? We need other things more. We need
We need
gear,
somebody to carry the gear in. That's what the sled is for.
I suppose.
And
And
any
if
party
you
member that's
It's
injured.
not going to keep us warm. Oh yeah, and we can carry Geist. I suppose.
you can always buy a dog at a later date.
Well, I suppose
If we buy
that's
the
that.
if we buy the sled, can we buy the other things that we need? Will we have time?
You asking me?
I'm asking. No, I'm not asking you. Why would I ask you?
Ah. Hey,
I'm
hey,
asking
hey, hey, hey.
I'm asking Hulla if she has the money.
Don't get friendly with that one. He's on the Wall Tribe. Get over it. And he whistles to his
Are you
dog.
talking? Are you talking to me?
He's talking to Geist now and seems to be trying to like whistle one of his huskies
Oh, you're
away.
talking. See how I knew you weren't talking to me because it was obvious situation that I wasn't with one of the wolves.
607. What
Right.
did you want to ask me?
Get your point.
If we buy the sled, will we have money for the other things that we want to buy, like
I don't know how much the other things
or
cost. I have.
or
If we buy the sled, then I'll have 21 gold pieces left.
All right.
I don't know how much
But
you have, but that's all I have.
wait.
And
Barritomus,
log him in the Discord. Okay.
can you fashion I saw it once. It has two poles I with a blanket in between the poles and it had wheels at the end of it and somebody could pull it along. Um we saw a group of soldiers coming back from war
oh,
and then
like a
I I don't know what the name of it was. I just remember that they didn't have wagons, and they were pulling along their wounded in this.
oh, like a hammock, but for
Yes, yes, exactly. It was like a hammock with two poles, and it had some wheels at the end.
Wheels at the
Wait, what?
Um, they
Like-
were dragging it. It was like a little mini sled, only,
like a wheelbarrow?
yeah, but it was backwards. It was really odd. They were pulling it behind them. But I mean, maybe a wheelbarrow will work. Maybe we could just buy a wheelbarrow and
But in this,
guys
wheels don't work great in snow. You need something that will pull along like a sleigh, I think.
okay, well, maybe if we got some skis and attached 2 poles to the skis with a blanket in between it, then we could pull it, maybe? I'm just trying to think of a way of pulling stuff, supplies, if we don't wanna spend the money.
Oh, 6
I
or
think
7's going off again.
Sorry,
think-
it's my timer.
I think 20 GP is a good price, actually. I think if we're gonna be traveling and carrying people, a sled is, well, it's the best thing there is here for this weather. And we don't have a lot of money for much else. I could buy fur lining for one person, like me. I don't know if anybody else has money, but that's all I have.
Hey,
Or we just carry everything on our backs, which will slow us down.
Yeah, well, sadly, all my money was in my workshop in the safe when
Do you
I.
have anything that you could sell from all your trinkets and
Well, only so much came with me, it seems. Uh, Traded the ice pick so I could survive the winter.
What
Mm.
about a child sled? Can you make us a child's sled so that somebody can sit on it and maybe or we can put backpacks and supplies on it?
I mean, if we've got the
Instead
supplies,
of
I could
ins
fashion something.
right, instead of a buying a dog sled that's set up for a dog to haul it, maybe we could fashion a small child sled. We would need 2 skis and some wood.
Right, maybe we should look about the shops and see what they have. I don't know how often people go skiing here. They all look a bit down and depressed, but having fun.
Unfortunately, most of the wood that they probably have is most likely considered quite valuable due to being used for warmth.
Yeah, but then the fishermen, the grins, seem to get a hold of wood pretty easy. So
Perhaps
maybe ask him.
we might be able to fashion something. I'm pretty good at handling wood.
Anyway, let's check out the shops. And if
okay, I'll say to the dog guy, uh, sorry, I think we'll come back. We'll definitely come back.
all right, change your
do any,
mind. You
do
can
any of
become.
do any of your brothers sell supplies or trinkets or?
Ah, my brothers. You know what? You know what?
Well, you don't care for trinkets, so
Uh, hmm.
and you don't seem like you sell supplies like wood or metal or scrap or
You
you,
could
you sell dogs
stop
and
by
sled.
this. By the way, we'll say this tavern right here is the Grumpy Moose. Um,
Grumpy Moose.
but yeah, the Grumpy Moose. But he says, but you could try. You see that old-looking one, the really poorly maintained one. You know, the big shithole over there. Yeah, you could try that one. That's the river's mouth.
Huh.
Try selling some junk over there.
Guessing you're not close to your family then.
Close. I mean, look, we're basically neighbors. As close as we can get.
I meant like respect-wise. Okay.
Respect. We should respect that my tavern's the best one. The Grumpy Moose has been here the longest.
Well, I was going to give you a good 4 stars, but your attitude has dropped it down to a 2.
Stars. What are you on about?
And now just start walking away to the other place.
Hmm.
I'm giving him a Yelp review.
All right. Fantasy Yelp. Okay.
Yelp.
So you head over to the other tavern, and you want to sell some junk. Sorry, before that, Ashanti. Yes.
This is out of game. I'll ask after the game. It's about the weight of the sled because that doesn't make sense.
Um.
Because if there's somebody riding on the sled, then you figure they're at least 120 pounds, and if the dog can only pull 360 and the sled weighs 300, then
Mm,
the rider can't be on there.
the math
I need to
checks
get
Or you
another.
have
out.
multiple dogs.
That's about
Multiple
to say you
dogs.
might. Mm-hmm. Yep. There you go. You need
Okay.
multiple dogs. You know, you like normally there's like a big pack of like 6 or 7 or something, just to pull the whole thing. Yeah, that'd be why. You need multiple dogs.
That
All right.
I'm even
that
surprised.
that means that one orc would be hard pressed. One half orc.
Right.
Okay.
You get, you
Okay.
can actually
Yeah.
work out that lifting capacity. It's a thing that you
Is
can
it?
work out. Yes, and as a half orc, haven't you got? No, never mind. You don't. I thought you had
Orcs have
something.
powerful build.
Do
We
So
do
they?
have powerful build. Do we have
yeah,
a carry 500 to 600 pounds worth? Uh,
Do you
I
have
don't know how
powerful
to figure
build?
that.
I don't think you do.
no, not with Chris's. He's doing the one play test,
No, no,
and
it's just
we
half
get
orcs in general.
yeah, we half orcs in the player's handbook get powerful build, but not in the one
Mhm.
play test material.
Mm.
Oh. No, they
Five,
don't. They don't get it.
Because in the playtest material they don't have half orcs. You actually called out separately. Half orcs or half elves. You just choose the
It-
character traits from either the orc
Yep.
side of the family or the human side of the family, or whatever the half is, the orc side of the family or the other side of the family.
I just looked up half orcs though, and I don't see powerful build on them. Goliaths,
I don't
sure.
see it either. No.
I know that like barbarians can get it as well, but I don't see Goliath. I can only see Goliaths, Minotaurs. Um, yeah, no, half orcs don't get powerful build, sadly. But anyway, okay, you want to sell some junk, do you, Barry? Okay, so you head into the river's mouth.
No, I want to sell an item, but I want to purchase some junk that I can fix up and then
Okay.
resell on.
Okay, gotcha. Right, all right, sure.
So I don't carry on talking in character and get nowhere. That's what I'm trying to do.
Then, in that case, you head up to this old, dilapidated building, the river's mouth, and you go inside. There are some old-looking things like old hunters' trophies up on the wall. There's old-looking instruments as well. It looks, you know how like each kind of pub has like a little bit of a collection going on for some reason, whether it be collecting thimbles or spoons or plates, or like shoe horses. This one seems to be collecting hunting trophies for the most part, and yeah, you could definitely pick out a few things that might be worth moving on. But yeah, you talk to the proprietor here. His name is Baggiebo. That's it. All right. So he looks over to you and he's like, "Ah, welcome to the river's mouth. I'm the innkeeper here. What can Baggiebo do for you?
Hello. I was recommended over here by your brother. He doesn't really seem to have any nice words for you, but I hear you're the one that has all the junk.
Junk? Did my brother set you up for this?
No. That's what he said. I would like.
These are junks. These are prize trophies from long hunts long ago when Ten Towns was just getting started. You know, Schultians came by here. They were tribesmen in the jungle. That they could hunt dinosaurs the sizes you've never seen. And well, look at all the ivory they brought over, and you can actually see some almost like dinosaur-looking fossils, like heads of like not T-Rexes maybe, but like there's like Triceratops and stuff like that. It would look out of place if he hadn't just told you the story that Choltians were one of the first settlers here.
God. Jolty.
Yeah.
So, not see anything that looks like it might be a little bit damaged. Something that can bring down the
Oh,
price.
100%. There's bits with chipped off here and there. The building is falling apart as it is, and so are the trophies. They've seen the wears of time, and others weren't like clean kills. You can see where scraps got into place, and half of the bones are missing or snapped in half.
All right. I'll. How much is? I'm just gonna point at like. I assume you're gonna roll on your table. I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna roll.
I'll have a look at
Oh.
that and that. How much are you willing to part with it? And I'll
Okay.
pick up 3 things.
You may open up the table, rollable tables, and go ahead and click the roll button.
2.
What do we get here?
And these will all be things that I need to fix up and sell on.
Sure. Okay, you got a scrimshaw handled ink pen with black runic designs along its length. Figurine of a polar bear made of ice that never melts. Small illustrated book of Northland of Myths. The page is missing. Well, there you go. That's something that, as a book that needs pages. You know what else? I might just pick out a few here that make more sense, given that I've described skulls and stuff. We'll say that there is like a Triceratops horn that has been snapped, and there's like this carnivorous dinosaur. It looks maybe like it was like a velociraptor or something, and all the teeth are like chipped or they're missing entirely. Like, yeah, there's only like a couple chipped tooth, so it kind of looks like a buck-toothed velociraptor. When that'd make for a much more fearsome and impressive skull if it had all of its teeth in. And you reckon you might be able to replace them with, say, like shark's teeth, or even just file down some bone and like, yeah, other animals.
Like maybe turning some fish bones into teeth-looking thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. In fact, if you knocked out the old chipped ones and replaced it with like long needle-like fangs, it might look like a new creature entirely. And then you can spin a story on how this thing came about.
All
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
What's this
It's up to you, man.
What's this gonna cost me then?
All right. Yeah, these do look a bit worn.
I mean, they don't make the shop poppers say that or that over there.
No, that
You want things to that you can put up there that
I
can make
hadn't
your
really
brothers.
hadn't really considered selling them till now, but you say you can repair them for me?
Repair them for you. Oh no, I was going to repair them and sell them on, but if you want me to repair them and bring them back, that might cost a little bit more.
This one I'd like repaired, and he's talking about the Triceratops horn. The other ones I'm happy to let go. They're a bit of an eyesore. So I hadn't really thought about selling him until now. So how much are you offering?
Hmm. How about 2 silver each?
Ooh, wow. Make me a persuasion check.
Come on. 13.
2 silver. Yeah. I was thinking more like 2 gold.
2 gold.
These have got history behind them. They're relics from the first settlers of 10 towns. Imagine that.
Hmm. But they're broke. They're not exactly in tip-top condition yet.
Not broke. They're probably worth dozens of gold.
All right. How about I sweeten the pot a little? I'll bring out the dream catch
Whoa, what's that? A dream catcher?
for the
Why is it covered in blood?
because it's got the blood of a bear and the feather of an owl.
Wait, an actual owlbear?
Yes. Both put together make your dreams sweet in the winter.
Exactly a trophy, but no one's getting close to an owlbear to pluck its feathers. So that much is impressive. Alright. You want to trade, eh?
Well, I was looking to spend very little, but yeah, a trade will do.
Hmm. Alright, you can have both of these. These 2 trinkets for 1 trinket. The 2 broken ones for 1 bloodied trinket.
All right. And how much to fix this one then?
And if you're fixing this up, you do a good job. Yeah, I'll give you 2 gold. You can fix it up for me.
Good.
Yeah. All right. You'll actually need to roll for this one, as working with bone isn't as easy as working with wood. And so yeah, you can give me your Tinker's Tools check.
Please don't.
Natural 20.
Oh.
Boom. All right. Very good. You
Just 2 gold?
just yeah.
I mean, look at this. This is pristine.
Wow. It looks like as good as new. I'll say then to add extra. Describe to me what extra you do. You don't just fix the horn. What else do you do to make it like really pop?
I guess he brings out like some polish and he makes it
Nice.
sheen. It glistens in the well, I guess in the lantern light.
Awesome. Yeah, you got that wood polish that you didn't end up using on the boat because you only paid him to repair that. And yeah, you thought, this is worth it. This is a trophy, and the polish works to shine. In fact, it brings out this when you're polishing it and you're rubbing, you realize there's like this grimy dirt that's kind of built up over being over like the top of the mantelpiece. It was like covered in soot. And as you're like polishing it, it rubs away all the soot, and you realize there's these intricate Choltian carvings that are like all along the horn, and it looks like a masterpiece. This is worth way more than he originally estimated, and he's in awe of it. And he's like, now that's a trophy! Wow!
That'll give
Oh, this will be the talk of the town.
your brothers
All right.
something to be jealous of.
Yeah, you know what? You've done a stand-up job. You can make it 5 gold. It's all yours. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. He's going to offer you 2. You've natural 20 to it. So, yeah, that seems worthy.
Just do that every single time and it'll be great.
Hey, look at this, lads. And he seems to be like pulling over the other patrons as he's showing off the trophy already. And yeah, he's almost completely forgot that he has the Dreamcatcher. Oh, wait. Now you can put the Dreamcatcher on the end of the horn. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Does that look
Yeah.
good? Maybe. I'll hang it down a little bit. There you go. You get a longer string and like so it dangles there. But yeah, there you go. You got 5 gold and 2 trinkets. You can put like Velociraptor skull, and what was the other one I said?
I forgot.
Yeah, we'll say it's this scrimshaw-handled ink pen,
Oh yeah,
black runic designs along the length. We'll say it's that one.
last girl. That's missing T.
Cool. Well done, Opal kind. All right, getting a little bit of every little bit helps, and you're bringing back culture to the village at the same time. All right, and you meet up back with your allies, and they seem to be organizing, working out how to get their own sled together.
I'm just gonna put that the ink pen has like a blunt nib. That
Yeah,
needs
yeah,
sharpening up.
that's perfect.
All
All
right.
right.
Did anyone come with, or was that just me though?
Yeah, it looks like maybe. Well, it's up to you guys.
I think it was just you, wasn't it? None of us were there for that.
Wandering off. That sounds about right for me then.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
I'll go back to the shop and see if they're still arguing over over whether to get that thing,
Dog sled.
dog sled, or if they want to
Yeah.
go.
What did you guys ultimately decide on?
I
You
think
know,
we
it's gonna
carry our
be
stuff for now.
okay.
I think until we can afford dogs, that
The
if
ish.
this thing weighs 300 pounds, then that's going to be more weight than it's worth until we have the dogs to
Or we can, or
pull
if
it
we
for
can
us,
find a small, or if we can find a smaller sled
or a smaller sled. A smaller sled would be nice. Yeah,
that doesn't weigh quite as much, but can still carry a little bit extra, so we can pull it.
Guess the
exactly. Yeah,
yeah. I guess the idea is that you're kind of investing on this because it does. You see, like merchants using these dog sleds, so they can carry a great deal of gear. But
well,
if you don't need that for now, I
it's a
guess.
lot for one orc to carry, one half orc to
Yeah.
carry. Is all I'm saying. I think we invest in cold weather gear, fur linings, blubber lining, something. Maybe a good tent. What do
Let's
you?
see.
I mean, I
If you
I
could,
just
if
I
you
don't
got
like
enough
being
gold to pull
cold,
together for a tent,
so that's my vote. What do you guys think?
I do not really have much funding to provide, so I think it's best that everyone else who can actually put money in makes the decision.
one's having trouble. Well, I'll say you do have enough gold as a party to get an insulated tent, or you could just buy fur linings for like one or two people who are like clearly in need of it and can't afford to get any worse. The only real issue right now is that Geist is gonna slow you down tremendously, and it's not gonna take just 3 hours to get to Targos, but more something like 6.
That's why I
Does
wanted to have a
Does anyone
sled that
else
I could
have
pull them
any
with.
gold?
I I have 8 pieces, and that's it. I am my character is flat
I
broke.
have I have 41 with everything but I got from the temple. 41
Then
plus 8 is how much?
How much is an insulated tent if we need to
50.
buy one?
Tent is 50.
50?
Yep. A set of fur lining is 20 gold for one person. Blubber insulation is 50 gold for one person.
Maybe we leave Geist behind and we travel without him.
Come back for him.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a bad idea. He is exhausted. He does need to rest.
If
We can get to Targos in 3 hours. He won't be able to do that at his current state.
607, can you carry my pack? Because
And
I might
you
be able
carry Geist?
I don't know what his people call it, but we call it piggyback, where he has his arms around my neck and I've got my arms under his knees.
I can carry your things for you if you want.
Okay.
Some of them. Maybe 607 can take some
I can take well,
small things.
some of this. I can take the pack in general, but I won't be able to take much more than that. So I can take my pack
I,
and your pack, and that's about it.
I can take a lot
And
of stuff. Yeah,
Hulla,
if you want to take.
you,
Hmm?
you
Yep.
probably could take Geist pack.
Okay.
And if I'm holding him, somebody's going to have to hold my halberd. Um,
Oh, I'll take that. Yes, please.
um, Hulla?
I promise I'll give it back. I promise to give it back. I just like it.
All right. Well, hold my halberd then.
This is going to be such
All
an
right.
awkward piggyback.
Yeah. More importantly, Geist,
So you hold.
will you allow me to carry you?
He sort of just considers this.
That's God, that's what I was trying to describe earlier. It doesn't have wheels on it, but they're the two poles with the blanket in between. You put somebody on it and then you drag them behind you.
Mm-hmm.
It
I
used to
know
be
what
a
you mean.
staple in all the old West movies.
Yeah, they used a horse for that though.
Oh God,
They
so that
did
was a form of
sometimes.
torture.
They did sometimes,
Oh,
but they did. Their Lonesome Dove had a whole scene
it's
with
like a
one of the
Go
characters
on.
pulling the other character behind him, and because he wanted to get this character to a doctor.
hand wagon.
No, it's literally two poles with a blanket, and you're pulling the person.
A hand cart.
No.
Well,
It's
Being
a
drawn.
stretcher. It's a stretcher that's being
stretcher,
pulled
Oh,
behind.
I
oh, a
mean,
one
stretcher.
person.
potentially for that sort of thing, could we? I mean, I don't know about the sled component, but would it not be possible to fashion something like that out of a tent?
Well, two
Because
poles and a blanket, and then we can have him lay down, and then I don't have to have him on my back.
I mean,
It'll
you've
be a
got
lot
a.
easier just to pull him, even if those two poles are dragging a bit
I
on the
mean,
ground. That's why I said wheels or sleds.
you've got your halberd, and I think Hulla's got
If you want to try
a
and fashion a
spear.
tent into what you're describing, I'll say you can use a survival check. If you do this though, I don't think the tent will be able to be used
No, we
as a
shouldn't have
tent
to use
after that.
Well,
a tent. We should be able to use a blanket.
I
And
can
I've got a
use.
So
blanket.
we should be able to find a sled. This is a winter town. They
I
should have
Okay.
sleds that are smaller than the one here.
Mm.
Why don't we go to the supply store, see if they have a small
Okay.
sled?
A
People must
chil-
carry their things around and not use dogs.
That's a good point.
Mm.
They probably use children's sleds to
Nope.
haul stuff home.
Unfortunately, if you look around town and you ask maybe the sled guy again, he explains that the only people brave enough and willing to go out into the cold are the merchants who need to get supplies. You don't see people going town for leisure, and there certainly isn't any kids out here playing in the snow. If
is
anything, walking into Bremen is like a ghost town, and
isn't
half of these buildings seem abandoned just because of how population has dwindled.
isn't a bedroll just like a sleeping bag? Can we not just put him in the sleeping bag and just attach a rope to it and pull him in the snow? Like, isn't that just the same thing?
I mean,
I mean, seriously.
I mean,
Dun,
that's
dun,
assuming
dun,
that
dun, dun,
friction
dun,
isn't
dun,
a
dun.
thing.
In the
Yes.
Yeah,
snow.
that's a good way to ruin a sleeping bag.
Yes.
I mean,
Also,
what if
that would also to ruin a Geist. I mean, that's that's
Yeah.
gonna be really
I know.
uncomfortable, even over snow.
Just forget the sleeping bag. We'll just tie rope around his hands and pull him in the snow.
Jesus.
Honestly, I like I think the best idea that we've had so far is the piggyback idea. Until we find a small sled or make a small sled.
Right.
I mean,
Or kind of forward a couple of like we would need at least 4 dogs, I'm guessing.
Like
So
with
that's 200 gold.
all
Yep.
this discussion of how to travel, I'm just thinking that the best option so far was 6 or 7s of just we'll come back for him.
Uh,
Oh,
I mean,
come back.
it's not the worst idea.
I didn't suggest coming back.
Good. Can we buy a mule?
Mule.
Jesus.
Yeah. There are dogs and there are axe beaks. Those are your choices.
How much is an axe beak?
50 gold.
50. Would one of these dogs be large enough to carry a person?
Not really,
No.
because the way they ride, you're not able to
Yeah.
saddle up on them. So no. No way. But you've come up with a couple of solutions that I'm willing to let you try. We'll see
We
if the
haven't
dice
even left
work
the
in your
town
favor.
yet. Then we're losing daylight quickly.
Yeah, if you want to go the stretcher idea, it'll be a survival check. If you want to go the piggyback idea, it's going to be Ashanti. It's going to be on her like rolls to see if she can maintain, yeah, the journey. And if you want to go just buy an axe beak for him, yeah, that works as well. You could just buy one axe beak and have him
I
ride that.
mean, we need them eventually, so that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Well, if we do the stretcher idea and Hulla holds the back, I hold the front, that would divide the weight
Yeah,
between the 2 of us.
Mhm.
we could do that. We could try that. Or if we do the piggyback idea, then we could switch off. We could take turns
Right.
carrying him. Either way, it's divided between 2 of us.
Right. I think I like the stretcher idea because all we would need to do is get 2 poles and a blanket and fasten the blanket onto the poles, and
Yep.
then you and I each pick up an end.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. I'm the more you talk, the more I'm convinced. We could make that work.
I
I
mean,
say I have a
My,
tarp.
I,
A tarp
I
is
have a
not gonna
suggest.
rip. Okay.
I have a suggestion to add to that. If you're doing the carry, 2 people carry, I still think a harness to strap it to your body so your arms are not doing the work. It's your torso and your body is doing more of the work, not just your arms.
We could make a harness out of rope, I guess.
Or they might
Let's
have
let's
climbing gear at the shop where we can make use a harness there and build something out of
Hmm.
that with some rope and whatnot.
Mm. Do I have climbing
Like a
gear?
like the way they move pianos.
Right.
what's a piano?
It's a musical
uh,
instrument.
Ah,
very, very large.
Very heavy.
Thought I
So
got climbing
Al-
they
gear.
don't
al-
use
No, I
they don't
didn't.
use their arms, they use straps.
Almost as heavy as a dog sled in this world.
It's to carry like a whole shop on the back, basically.
I'm just teasing you, Chris. I'm just messing with you.
That must be sturdy wood. All right. Okay.
Um,
And you're doing
so
the
I
stretcher idea. Are you
mhm.
going to repurpose a tent or sleeping roll
well,
for this?
I think we have enough
tar.
money that we can buy some material and use that instead of
Yes,
using our
I
own.
agree.
Hmm.
Just buy like
Okay.
a couple of spears and use a top.
Yeah, or
I've
like
got a
a
tarp. I've
staff.
got 1 spear.
Yeah.
Spears are gold, but you could probably get it even cheaper with just buying a staff. Oh no, that's 5 gold. What to do?
Or or I
Okay.
Prices
or
don't make any sense here.
Javelin.
Well, because it's the price of you're talking about the price of a weapon versus just a stick that's strong enough to hold him.
could you
2 silver
just
pieces. There you go. A quarter staff is 2 silver pieces. So you buy 2 of them, and you want to buy like a bedroll, right?
To be fair, I could do with a bedroll.
Yeah, you don't
Bed-
have one.
Yeah, the bedroll didn't come through the portal.
You could
Okay.
use a bedroll that
One-
you've already got, or you'll need to buy one Barry for 1 gold.
Yeah,
I've got one, but I don't have an extra one.
I have
I'll-
a bedroll, so
Yeah.
I can use mine for it.
yeah,
There you go.
No,
I'll
let's
get a
buy
bedroll.
one. That
Sure.
way, if something happens, we're not stuck out there with somebody not having a bedroll.
That
Oh,
makes
wait,
I
sense.
got one.
Oh, did you give me a bedroll?
I did just then.
Take a gold off.
I did.
Okay, that's all sorted then.
Yep. Okay. And you're gonna try and thread the poles through to make this kind of stretcher. So
Yep.
just give me a survival check to make sure you don't like mess it up.
I
All right.
Anyone who's
Who's
proficient.
rolling that?
I'm
I'm
proficient, but
proficient.
I've got like negatives at the moment, so
I'll roll.
Oh, someone's already rolled. Shanti's on the job by the looks.
Okay, good. She
Yeah.
rolled first.
I was just gonna take whoever came first. Yeah. So that's that's fine. You do exactly as you described for it, pushing the poles through either kind of end, and he's supported in the middle. Quarterstaffs are quite long. As long as you've got enough of a handle on each end,
Mhm.
with Geist in the middle, you can make that work.
All right.
Okay. Do you begin trudging through the snow towards Targos? Or is there anything else you would like to do in Bremen?
uh
I mean, we've got the money left. We could
gonna-
get some winter
I
gear
think-
for one of us.
You can always go fishing again.
No.
Shut up, Greg.
no.
I think getting winter gear for somebody is definitely a good idea.
Okay, raise your hand if you don't have winter gear.
I think we all
We all
have
At
have- we
winter
least
gear.
one set of winter gear.
We all have a set of winter gear. We just need upgraded stuff.
Yeah, we need fur linings,
Yeah.
Okay.
which I don't think. Well, I per-
Well, I'm
Oh.
gonna spend 20 gold on a set of furs for myself because I need it because I've been rolling like garbage.
yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
Does who else needs it? Probably Geist needs it.
I
I can buy for him and myself.
I only have 7 gold pieces altogether. Although, what does copper pieces? No, I only have 7 gold.
Do we want to buy a backup set of cold weather clothing for 10? Between Ashanti, me, and Barry,
Well, that depends.
we can
Are we
afford
gonna,
the 10 gold.
Are we going to be coming across any lakes that you're going to be jumping into, or?
Well, I
Well,
don't
you-
know, do I? It's
How
just
how
useful
about
to
you
have.
do the extra cold weather linings for yourself and for Geist, and I will keep Barry, Ashanti, and myself warm using magic. At least a little
I
bit.
like that
Okay.
idea.
Okay. Yep, I like it.
The dog can suffer.
I have
The dog has
the
fur.
blanket. Yeah, the blanket is so that I can tie the blanket around her if she starts to get cold. So
Yeah, then.
she's taking her own blanket with her. It can be wrapped around her. She can sleep on it, but I have my bedroll and her blanket with me.
Well, you got to think as a positive as well, in a negative sort of way. If the dog ever does die, extra fur lining.
And meat.
Oh,
No,
God.
no, that no. This is a friend. We don't eat friends. We bury them with all
Yeah.
reverence.
Yeah, we don't.
you
We don't.
well, if it's bad enough, you'll. I mean, I'm just saying, if we're stuck, if it's so bad that the dog is dying, we might need
Mhm.
Now see
supplies.
Ashanti starting to breathe deeply. She's closed her eyes. She's clearly counting, trying to calm herself down.
Yeah, let's not eat friends.
I'm not suggesting it. I'm just look when survival.
Mm,
That's
People
a
have a
good
strong desire to survive. Is all I'm saying.
you're
Six,
saying,
goddamn
yeah.
people.
Let's not go there.
5, 4.
We should not. We should treat the little wolf with respect.
Yeah, I was.
I
Thank
I
you.
Wasn't
said
suggesting eating.
if they die. I'm not saying
Well,
now. Right now, the
I
wolf
agree.
is valuable.
It's not now. So, do we want to stop and buy some extra foodstuffs, or we want to get that
I,
Targus or Brenshander?
I've got
Uh,
enough for days
we've
travel.
we've got rations. Everybody's got rations, and uh, I can make a wonderful apple dessert with just our rations, just our apples, and then we mix the fruits and nuts together, put it in my pot over the fire for about 20 minutes. It'll soften the apples, especially if I sprinkle a little cinnamon on there, and um, we'll have a really good dessert. So we can turn the
Yeah,
rations into really good food. And Hulla has flour, so we can definitely make flat cakes as well.
I have cheese.
Excellent.
Cheese is always
Uh,
good. Protein is useful in the cold.
I just have 4 hunks of cheese.
I have a chunk of meat, a loaf of bread, and the meal that my wife prepared yesterday.
You have
But
a wife?
Wife?
yeah, she's a good egg.
Your wife is an egg?
No.
Would it?
Oh,
I mean,
robots.
I mean, I imagine it would take some time to get there, but and I'm not sure of customs of your people, but would it not be worth perhaps seeing if there's a merchant caravan going that way to send a message?
Oh, you mean to
You know,
down to where I'm from?
yeah, to let them know, you're not you've been taken away by a mysterious portal. You'll be back when you can.
I mean, could do, but at
Um,
this point, she probably knows.
That is fair. Just a suggestion. I'm not again, not sure
I'd
how
like to
these sort
say
of
that
things work.
I'd like to say that she'd be worried, but yeah, probably won't be worried.
All right. So with that, you guys bundle up. Hello, you bought the fur linings for
I-
yourself and anyone else, or just
And for Geist.
and for Geist? Okay, so let me just
Yeah.
drag those onto a sheet as well. I've
Thank
actually added
you.
an item, and now Wealgeist has them too.
Yep. So I now have some
Okay, so
fur-lined clothes.
we'll need to figure out a way to like keep track of what your plus is to your cold check, but just as long as you've got it in your heads, you've got both of you've got plus 10, and then your con on top of that. So Harlow's rocking a plus 13
Right.
to cold.
wow.
Wow.
Yeah. See how quickly it like adds up. So
Wait,
long
what
as
do,
you've
what do
got
I get the extra +3 for?
that's your
Con.
constitution.
Oh, my con. Okay. Yeah. Nice.
I'm just putting
I'm
it
gonna
as
need
my
it.
first resource for the time being.
And these are heavy. These are massive, thick furs that have been skinned from most likely beasts that have been out there. No wonder it costs so much. These are fine furs. They might have had to kill a crag cat or two to acquire these, and they're heavy as well. They're like 5 encumbrance. So you're reaching max there. They are so heavy, but my god, are they warm? Like feel like you're cozy, wrapped up in bed with these things in. So yeah, it's a big difference maker wearing these. All right.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just snug up in my bedroll whilst I'm being carried, just like. I'm guessing like I'd probably
Entertain us
just.
with the songs of your people.
I can
Do you have
try.
do you have marching songs,
Um. Well,
walking
my
songs?
my people are more stealthy hunters of like the wilderness, but we probably do have some songs of like
Or
stories.
tell us a stories of your people to distract us.
I can certainly try, and I'm imagining at least at first he's just sitting on top of like the bedroll, so if something does happen, he doesn't have to like try to like take it off to get into like a combat ready situation. So,
Yeah.
but if it gets particularly cold, he'll just tuck himself into it. But he will try to tell you maybe not. Yeah, he'll try to tell you a story of his people, which I'm now just going to try to add. Just think, it's said that the first members of the wolf tribe long ago were truly in tune with the wolves, more so than we are today. In fact, for some, it was said that our people used to be able to even become wolves ourselves, which is why we treat them with such reverence. For if we were to kill a wolf, it would be like killing an ancestor, and perhaps even they might be a reincarnated spirit of the tribe. But back then, there was less division. We were a united pack. We hunted through the tundra. We were always able to get more than enough of the reindeer, but there is a tale of a time when a giant attacked. It came down seemingly out of nowhere, almost as if it was formed from the very frost itself, and many fell before its blade, and yet the wolf tribe would not retreat. They were determined to bring this down, for it was causing such disruption and it caused so much death. It took many lives to do, but eventually they brought it down. And there was much celebration. It is said that the true ancestral home of the wolf tribe, long since lost, would be where that battle happened. Its bones were fashioned into shelter. And yes, I mean, I know it's not the most detailed of tales, but it was still quite an important one. It reminds me, don't know if I've mentioned this yet, but whilst at the tavern last night, there were rumours that a giant has been stealing mead from the town of Goodmead, and honeymead, from my understanding, is almost like the lifeblood of this place. It's pretty much all there is to drink other than water. And so if we have the chance, maybe if we do manage to deal with this situation, it might be worth investigating.
Out of character.
I've not tested my metal against it. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say, out of character, considering I'm not in the snow and I would be I'm going to be slow as shit regardless. I would probably give my snowshoes to Barritomus so that they have them for the time being.
So that leaves Ashanti. Do you have snowshoes?
Yes, I have snowshoes and
So
crampons.
everyone has snowshoes at this point?
Yes, in cold weather here.
I'll need to get some in Targos, but I guess I'm borrowing some.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, because it becomes apparent immediately as you step into the knee-deep snow that the path between Bremen and Targos has been completely obliterated by snowfall. And trudging through this is nigh and impossible. And you're a dwarf, so you're like basically just your upper torso is visible as you're trying to wade your way through, and the others are already walking across it. And yeah, this would have been twice as long trying to like swim through this. And so the snowshoes that is handed to you at the start of this journey make the massive amounts of difference. Without snowshoes, yeah, it's almost like you're wrestling against the tide. And instead, snowshoes trudging along, it actually is going to make this journey about what it says in the manual. It says 2 hours, as long as you're very determined to make the journey on foot. So 2 hours in the cold means 2 cold resistance checks. So I'd like everyone after the first hour to make me a Constitution saving throw. Now, the DC for this isn't as bad as it was out on the lake. The cold, frigid winds that you rolled on the encounter made it incredibly difficult. So for now, it's just cold out here. It's only DC 10. Good luck. Constitution saves, everyone.
Does my prestidigitation warming people up as we go add anything or no?
I'll give you +2 to 3 people of your choice.
Okay, so it's for me, Ashanti, and Barry. So we're at
Got it.
+7.
32 for me total.
These are all looking good.
24 for me.
29.
No problems.
On save.
And 607. And the cold weather clothing spares you from a point of exhaustion. Bundling up, tight, working together as you follow along in a single trail line, making sure you don't lose each other as well, because the whiteout is you imagine if you were like 30 feet away from each other, a whiteout could easily make you lose track of your allies in front of you. And speaking of,
If I lose
sorry.
Hulla and Geist, I've got real issues.
That's
I lost the
a
person
good
I'm
point.
attached to and the person I'm carrying.
That is a good point. You know what? It's better that you've got something to hold on to know like you've got this sort of a lifeline connecting you guys. With the others, let's hope you don't veer off course. Now, blizzards can also ravage Icewindale and harry travelers, and they can come in as quickly as a flash storm. So, for now, I'm just gonna have one person roll a d6, and Barry, you seem like you're particularly lucky today with your new trinkets. Yeah, for now, I'm just gonna have you roll 1d6. Nope, okay, no blizzard, you're good. All right. It doesn't seem like the winds are particularly fierce, but it is dropping continuously in degrees as you're pushing forward. But for a moment, as you finally see Bremen disappear out into the distance, and the winds being as semi-calm as they are right now, you can't help but begin to actually take in some of the beauty of this sort of endless winter. It's just a massive white blanket across the landscape in front of you. It is also very dim light, and for those who haven't got dark vision, I hope you're not leading the pack, because you might be tripping up. But it is a constant dim
Dancing
light.
lights. Dancing lights out.
Dancing lights? Okay. They're not... You can use prestidigitation and dancing lights, right?
Neither one is constant. Well, dancing lights is concentration. Prestidigitation is not.
Then perfect. You can keep up both. That gives you like this little... Oh, actually, can you try it out for me? I want
What,
you
cast?
to... Yeah, let me drag your token out real quick.
There seems to be a token for dancing lights.
Yep. try. So now click your token and then click dancing lights, and then see what happens. And then it should, and then mouse over like the map. Yeah, I think it might be working. Try placing them. This will be for when we're on a battle map mostly, but you can showcase it here anyway. So select your character, select your spellbook, and then just select dancing lights, and then you should be able to place them. It should ask you to like place them somewhere.
It's not asking me to place them anywhere.
Yeah.
No.
Let me try it. It should be. Yeah, I've done it. There you go. Maybe it's because you need.
It
Maybe
says
you need
block
permission.
due to user permissions.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Permissions. Okay, cool. Now, no, for next time. We'll do it on the on an actual battle map next time. But now you've got ownership. I'll do that for next time. But basically, when you place it, you'll be able to literally plonk down where you want the dancing lights to go. It should be cool. But yeah, you've got your own little sanctuary of light that moves forward through the cold environment. And for the next hour, you hear the story of Wealgeist that seems to definitely ease the time it takes. It feels like the snowshoes are working wonders. And at the end of the next hour, you can perhaps already see a little bit more of a well-trodden trail leading over to Bryn Shander.
I thought we were going to Targos.
Oh, sorry, Targos. I moved you too far. Yeah, there you go. You are going to Targos. Yeah, you can already see there are big sails on the harbour. Targos is primarily a fishing village, much like Bremen, but that seems to be like their only source of food, rather than some game that the Bremens used. Targos is like just all fish and nothing else. And you can see up in the distance, it is encircled by a massive wooden wall, which helps obviously protect the town against certain threats. And it's as you're approaching the town that. Actually, before I do that, let's do the last cold check just before we get onto the interactions with these guys. So just one more Constitution saving throw for everyone. Not bad, not bad. 10 is actually no, you got 15, isn't it?
It's a 17 total for me.
17. Oh my God, Barry, no, Barry, you're slipping around on the snowshoes. Apparently, they're not quite fitted to you, and maybe you fell face first into the snow at some time, and your nose gets pretty cold.
11
Natural
though.
one, a natural one though.
It's an 11 though.
Is it really?
Yeah.
You got the +5 from cold weather.
Yeah, and then
+2 from
yeah. It's 11. It's 11. It's natural 1, but it's an 11.
Yeah, that's actually a save. 10 is what you needed. Yeah, 10 is cold. It's only frigid winds on the boat was made at DC 15.
Oh, wow.
And then when it dropped to like midnight, that's when it went to DC 20. That's when it got brutal. But you're traveling during the day, and it's only 2 hours, so it's not getting ridiculously cold. But so this is actually fairly painless. And thank goodness 607 does warm your nose up with a bit of precipitation, because you fear that might have fallen off had it not. Perfect. All right. In that case, then I'll now get back to the description of this massive wooden wall that surrounds it. And as you approach, you suddenly hear a whistling in the wind, and even face up with all your furs covering you, Wealgeist, you know that sound. That's a whistling arrow. And it lands straight down in front of your feet, 607. And you couldn't quite see where it came from. Well, you definitely know the direction. It was from the walled city, but you don't know where the archer is. You can just see these massive wooden stakes built into the snow on this massive mound. What do you do?
I stop.
Okay.
It's is tired, but she thinks somebody's wanting to play and runs forward and grabs the arrow and brings it back to Ashanti, who will give it to Wealgeist because she knows he carries a bow and arrow.
Yep. And
And say, "Do you know what this is?"
it's
a whistling arrow, normally an arrow used for like signaling.
So are they signaling us to stop? Or are they signaling us that they're there? Or are they signaling us that I should drop the stretcher and charge them with my halberd? What are they signaling?
Can we signal them that we're not here to hurt anybody?
I mean, based on like the mound and such, how far away would we say they would likely be? I guess
That shot, that was fired most likely from a longbow, because you're still some 400 feet out from the city. Here we go. We've got a nice, good view of Brunshanda here. Oh, sorry, Targos. Targos. I keep forgetting to. My bad.
You don't seem to like visitors, I guess.
How do we signal that we're friendly? We don't have anything.
we're
I don't have anything to
friendly.
wave.
Does anybody have a white flag?
You shout out. I think six of them just shouts out. To that response, you do hear voices coming from some of the parapets that are
I
around
start prestidigitation, creating some sparks out of my hand to signal that we're not dangerous, just sort of where we are as a...
607, they've got archers. Can you put your flame somewhere else other than you? I don't want you to get
It's
hurt.
just little sparks. No, I'll be fine. I'm signaling to them that I'm not
I
dangerous. I'm
know,
waving
but
it.
I'd prefer for you to put the signal a little bit away from you, so if they shoot at the signal, they're not shooting directly at you.
That's
Okay,
probably a good idea.
I do sparks 10 feet in front of me.
Okay,
Thank
you got
you.
it.
Little
You
sparks.
hear a shouting over the whistling winds, and it shouts, "How do we know you're not an orc raid?"
I'm not an orc, so I can't be an orc raid.
You have orcs with you, and they're armed.
Well, so are
But
you.
We're carrying an injured person. Could use shelter.
And technically, they're only half an orc. I guess
That too.
I guess they're a full orc if you put them together.
but then that would also mean they're a full human.
Yeah, so we have more non-orcs than we do orcs.
We promise not to raid you.
Too much.
Who is your injured one? We can't see them.
Wealgeist would just sort of sit up and just sort of wave.
Okay.
He'll actually wave that arrow.
Okay.
I mean,
approach! They shout. But they don't say getting straight in, they just ask you to approach.
Yeah.
Okay, so go on.
Guess we do. Or I do anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
Which means I am.
Yeah, which means I am
Yeah.
too. Hulla, if you walk forward, the rest of us do as well.
I walk forward. Yeah, I'll lead you guys.
Okay.
Or if you want to stop and hold back, then I'll notice.
I'll go. Well,
okay.
I'll go as well again.
It's finally when you get close enough that you can see between some of the stakes up in the ground, there are there are like gangways where there are archers, and there is quite a few of them trained with arrows on your small group, and there seems to be a man with a yellow cape, and he seems to be the one sort of holding up his hand to the archers, almost like readying them, steadying them, and then it's not until you can actually see like his features that he perhaps sees yours, and then that's when he shouts again. You're injured, one. He's from the what? From a tribe, Reggae tribe.
A what tribe? I can't hear you. You're muffled.
Yes,
He's one of the raiders.
I am not here to raid. I am here to be of assistance. I'm just
Are you a raider?
my tribe have been known to raid people. It's kind of one of the ways we survive.
Okay, I'm not with them.
Yeah.
6 or 7. All right.
6 or 7.
Wow, that's a great. You are traveling with half-orcs and raiders. You say that you're not with them. How can we take you for your word?
We're not
You
here to
can
bandy.
because you can.
We're not here to bandy about. I understand your need to protect your town. Caravans carry many, many people in them. Do you stop every group of travelers traveling in? Do you stop the merchants? Do you stop the caravans just because they have peoples of different nations in them?
With respect, this town has come under attack by orc raiders and Reged tribes, and you have both in your
Do
band.
we look like we have enough people to attack your town? If we do, I need to come in and talk to you about your town's defenses.
Well, also, don't the orc raiders and ragged tribe not like each other? So why would they be together?
That is true. Normally, I would shoot orcs on sight, but these are half orcs, so I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt.
And this one here is of the
Hulla,
religious
drop
nature.
stretcher. 1, 2, 3, drop. Dud.
Oh,
Religious. What
Yeah, this-
religion?
I'm from the Temple of Hades in Bremen. Do you know it? We have a rule about not taking anyone's life who doesn't deserve it.
I think with that everyone has had their saying, and I think now's a cool group check. Let's do everyone roll persuasion, and we're gonna tally some successes against fails.
Oh no!
Everyone said a good like thing. Hopefully that gets you. Hey, Barry's opening with a 13. 11 from from 6 or 7.
Oh, no.
Wealgeist with a 6.
Do I have to roll?
Everyone,
I
it's a group
really
check.
don't
Yep.
want to roll.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Okay.
I know that's the problem. I've got a -3.
And bits.
I haven't rolled above a 10 all game.
Looks like we're going Byron.
Okay. It is a bit precarious. Unfortunately, they are a desperate people who aren't taking chances, and they seem to shout out. And there's something about this yellow cape that's almost a little recognizable, but I'm not sure if anyone can put their finger on it. It'd be a difficult history check. Oh damn! Bits' puppy eyes isn't even working on him. They must be a piece of work, whoever this guy is. But is anyone proficient in history?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. Never mind then. For now, you just hear him shout. Could be a trap. Could be a Trojan horse. Bring in an injured one. And in the middle of the night, You lower our guards, open our fences, our gates, and let the true raiders in.
Wait, what's that got to do with a horse?
Not heard of a thing. Ugh.
Who are the Trojans?
What if you just let in the dwarf and the other one, and I'll stay outside?
Yeah,
I've got a tent.
I'm literally a trader from Weep. Can I?
From here, it looks like you're all together. If we're denying one of you, we're denying the whole band.
We came together because it's safer to travel together because of the winter.
Should we be?
I will kill them. I will kill them all right now if that'll get me in the doors.
That doesn't sound good at all. Like even from like an inviting standpoint.
You do that, and you only confirm our suspicions that you are just cold-hearted killers. We've already had enough murders already in this city.
We're
not going to allow any.
Would it help if we said we were here on behalf of Hiln, whatever her last name was, Ogrebane?
Yeah,
I think it was.
Yeah, this dwarf lady.
Trollbane.
This dwarf lady. She hired us to capture a serial killer. You guys have a serial killer?
Ooh, okay. So she did ask you not to involve the authorities, but you dropped the name anyway, and hoping that this might twist and turn it. Okay.
I was trying.
Yes, we have a serial killer problem.
Oops.
And you could be killers too. You already offered to kill your party just here and now. We're on a lockdown, and there's a curfew as well. We're not taking any chances.
So if we wait till morning, can we come in then?
If you don't freeze to death out there, maybe we'll reconsider.
Would you like your arrow back?
No.
Okay. I'm considering it a gift. Thank you. It's well crafted. I like your cape.
We'll be keeping an eye on you. And
out of
with
curiosity,
that,
what would it take to convince you? You don't seem to believe anything that we say.
The town speaker will decide.
So
and he will actually announce their name as well, in addition to that. So, yeah, he says, town speaker Maxel Dinar. He will decide, ultimately, whether you may enter or not.
So is that like a wait till the next morning sort of thing, or should we just go around and maybe attempt to go to the next town?
That's up to you. Maxel Dinar is a busy man, though.
Okay. Well,
how long do we know how long it is to get to Bryn thing?
Bryn Shander. So that's a neighboring town over, and to get to Bryn Shander, it's a similar kind of snow-covered path that sweeps around the east side of Dualdon, the lake.
And what time of day is it now? Like, is it close to twilight, or?
I would say you spent most of the morning kind of shopping and such, and then you've left, say, like midday, so it's got to be about 2 p.m. by now.
Which means we could.
So getting to Bryn Shander is another, like, 2 hours. So yeah, you're not wrong. You could make it.
And it won't be like midnight or anything.
Right.
No. They might not let us in either, but it's worth a try since we know if we have to be outside anyway.
Yeah, we might as well head that way.
I mean, we were heading to Targos because it was the next place over. It's not our actual destination.
Yeah.
Well, we were trying to save. I think we were trying to save whoever was.
You were going to ask around the family, and you were going to ask and see if you could find the weapon.
Yeah, Targos.
And, like, investigate it.
Targos already had a death.
It did.
So the next place that we could potentially have a death is Brinshan.
Right.
But also,
Okay.
we prevent one of us potentially being sacrificed if we don't go here. There's that.
There's that too. I think if they can rig the lottery, then one of us will be the ones to go.
Yeah.
Should we move on?
If
Uh,
we're
I'm
gonna
okay
move,
with moving on.
if we're
Yeah.
gonna move on anyway, then I have something I want to say to them as we go.
Yeah. And if you guys are the raiding type and that's what you're after doing next time we come here, maybe we should prepare better for that.
I mean,
What do you mean?
I wasn't planning to try to raid a town by myself.
I was joking.
Oh,
But yeah,
As your
we,
orcs.
you're saying we should take revenge on them?
No, I was joking. It's fine.
Wealgeist is gonna call out to the guy in yellow. I wish you all the misfortune in the world in the next lottery draw.
Ah! He just sort of laughs, and he does turn, and with that, you see a flash of his yellow cloak once again, and there is a symbol on it. But I don't think without a history check, no one really. That history proficiency, I'm not going to give it away.
We
It's just
can't
a
even
sort of,
check without a proficiency.
all you can barely make out from here as well is a sort of a squiggly line, right?
Okay.
It's not like you're right up against you. They're still keeping you at a distance, so you just sort of see a squiggly line, but that's it.
Oh, it's the squiggly line of oral.
Yeah, that's it. In any case, yeah, these guys definitely felt like they came across as dicks, and you're absolutely right in that you aren't a raiding party by no means. But they're not taking any chances by the looks. So with that, turned away from safe haven, from shelter just beyond the walls, within your reach yet not within your grasp, you must trudge on through the snow, circling these walls the whole way. These archers are seemingly giving you stare downs, and they still have arrows trained on you the whole way, even though you're very obviously escorting an injured person through this. There is no shelter to be offered here. And back into the cold, as the winds were sort of held back by this wall for a brief reprise, and now suddenly, as you move away back into the tundra, the winds suddenly pick up again and begin to whip at your clothes. Now, I very much doubt there's going to be a blizzard, but that could also be famous last words. I'm going to have 607 roll me a d6. Don't roll a 6.
Or a 7. Don't roll a 6 or a 7.
That'd be hard. Oh,
Ooh,
okay,
so close.
You're good. Apparently, it's getting a bit nippy, but it's not full-blown blizzard. It's just really heavy snow, and there's most definitely a whiteout. And if you didn't have these lights being a small little beacon in front of you, you'd fear of seeing of losing sight of your friends in front of you, if you can call them friends. Just offered to kill every one of you.
Yeah.
So,
Wow. Yeah.
and I need within the next hour everyone to make me another Constitution saving throw.
Would you said
Mhm.
like it's a whiteout, so it's getting like dark and hard to see. I know we've got the dancing lights, but I'm also going to no, actually, I'm on the thing. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I was going to think of lighting a torch, but I'll be fine.
Looking good, everyone. No problems here. Makes all the difference. It's cold weather clothing. Okay, perfect. In fact,
That was my first roll above 10 this entire campaign.
was it? Oh my god!
Hey,
Wow.
Let's
You broke the curse by threatening to kill us all.
Did
It works.
you know? Okay, Bryn Shander. Let's see. Within the next hour, while making good progress, and see what other encounters are along the trail as well. Between these 3 towns, there isn't actually much expansive wilderness, and even though, yeah, it's absolutely dangerous out here just due to the environment, it's unlikely that you'll come across as many beasts as you would, say, between Lonely Wood and some of the more expansive tundra. But let's double check the encounter table, because there is chances for it. There's even chances for avalanches, but you're nowhere near a mountain, so you don't have to worry about that. You're just in the middle of the
Spontaneous.
What a
plains.
relief.
Yeah, just spontaneous avalanche from the sky. It's like, but we're nowhere near a mountain.
You imagine? Yeah. Oh, that'd be stupid. Wilderness encounters. Here we go. So, you might come across friendly, indifferent, or even hostile creatures in the wild. Such encounters can be perilous, but let's see. Okay. This is a D8. All right.
Who's rolling?
Yep. I've had Barry in 607, so let's go down the list to Brandee. Can Ashanti roll me a D8? If
Kill us
she's
all.
there. Otherwise, oh, there we go.
Gonna kill us
One.
all.
You are lucky. One
Oh.
is, yep, one is in the morning, which you spent indoors. So wherever that roaming crag cat is now, seems they already found their hunt during the early hours. So you're fine. Whatever, we'll roll again for tomorrow, but it seems no encounters today. You are getting safe travels. However, I will say that getting to about 4 p.m., the temperature is dropping, and I'm going to make this next DC a 15. It's going to minus 20 degrees. It's getting freezing cold. And not only that, it's the duration that you've been out here for. You was hoping to make shelter here, but you've had to push on now 4 hours into the cold. It's getting to wear you down. Let's all have one last Constitution save as you see Bryn Shander on the horizon.
Ah,
Ooh.
Oh, thank God.
Looks like a fail from
Plus-
Hulla, right?
That's
No?
18 though. It's
Oh,
18.
you've got plus 10, haven't you? Yeah, you're
I've got a
good.
plus 10.
Yeah,
we got
nice.
plus fit. Yeah.
And 6 or 7, you've got Cold Winter, and did you give yourself a plus 2? Yeah, you can see it there.
Yeah. 14
So
total.
14 total.
Oh.
Oh, it's just one short. Oh,
Oh no.
seems those biting words earlier. It's not the only thing that are biting at you. The cold seems to dig into every joint, every bolt, every screw is becoming brittle, and you can feel that rattling again. You're sure you're secured it, but suddenly, just a tink, 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 that gets slightly worse over the next 20 minutes as you're approaching Bryn Shander. Damn it! It must have come loose, or maybe the cloth just isn't providing enough muffling. But yeah, the clinking is back, and you can hear it. Sounds like someone's tapping a lantern up ahead. Okay, you get 1 level of exhaustion. Did you mark that?
Do I get to take another one?
No, you only take 1 for failing this roll.
Yeah, but I was already at 1.
Right, so you're going to 2. Yeah, cool. Not as
Back
much.
up to 2.
Very so. Okay, all right, Bryn Shander. Didn't expect you to get here actually, so quick. Partly because.
I'm
Yep.
so sorry. I have to step away. Katie just called.
Yeah, no worries.
So I love you all. Thank you so much for an amazing game today. Thank you. Play
That's okay.
Ashanti as you need to. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Ashanti
think
gives
you-
me all her stuff.
Got it. Hands it all
Yeah.
over.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about getting you to Bryn Shander, introducing you, and then maybe wrapping it up after that anyway. If that's all good with you?
Yep.
Mhm.
Cool. All right. So, what was I gonna get? Oh yeah, just had it open. So, yeah, we got some more art here. Let's change the music up. Okay. Whew. Bryn Shandir is, believe it or not, one of the first stops for most visitors of Icewindale, as it is sort of centered in the center of Midra. If you just followed up straight up, you would probably reach that town first. But because most of you kind of came out from Weep, curled around the mountains past Dalduin, you actually ended up on the left-hand side of Icewindale, basically the westmost side. And as a result, you ended up going to Bremen as your first port call. But Bryn Shandir is well known for doing trade with the other continents and other kingdoms of the southern part of Midra. So once again, a walled town perched atop a cold, lonely, wind-lashed hill. This is. Wait, is there art coming? Here's my art. Oh, it's underneath. Here it is. I put down 2, didn't I? Oh, there we go. Make this nice and big for you. There you go. And I'll bring it to the front because can't see it behind all this. But you can get an idea. It is. There are bright lanterns suspended over narrow streets that you can see twisting and winding, and it adds flex to the color to a town that otherwise looks drab, especially in its surroundings as well. And so normally you'd hope this place would be more open than at least Targos. But let's find out. As you guys approach, the walls of this town stand some 30 feet high and are defined by 2 concentric rings of upright wooden poles. And you can see the gap between them is filled with dirt and rubble. And the outer ring of poles rises above the top of the wall, providing a rampart for defenders stationed on the wooden planked walkways. And sure enough, you can see already people with lanterns out, checking their surroundings, doing patrols back and forth. And you've actually managed to get all the way up to the gates. They didn't just shoot you as soon as you got within 400 feet. And you're standing before the hinged gates, nearly 15 feet tall. And they are clearly barred with iron bands and wooden beams. And yeah, it seems like they're closed to the outside at the moment. But getting the attention of some of the guards as you're approaching, they spotted you a while off. And you see there is a woman, a guard with heavy furs and this big collar, just big fluffy collar, steps up to the side of the rampart. Says they're clearly like militia, and they shout, "What business have you?"
Survival.
We're seeking shelter. One of us is injured. Two of us, really.
Well, we're all kind of injured. We need a place to warm, rest, and eat, and trade, and all that fun stuff.
Yeah. And trade. I've got goods.
Raiders injured. You're equipped with weapons, I see.
Well, how else are we going to survive?
Well,
These are dangerous
merchants.
times.
We've heard there's some beasts out there like polar bears and crag cats.
Cats.
I am an arrow crafter who likes to test my own wares.
And I'm a tinker.
There are bandits. So they say.
Yeah, not us.
Indeed.
We're not the bandits.
Well, that's what I'm judging now. Hmm.
Do we look like bandits? We're
No
at your
offense,
mercy.
but orcs and the like have been known to attack these cities.
So
This
have
is why.
people, probably.
Oh my god,
Humans?
what is it with you people and the racism?
Yeah, do you guys always get
It's
racist
simply a
remarks
precaution.
about-
What if, whilst we're inside, we, I don't know, temporarily surrender our weapons until we leave?
I mean, mine's
Hmm.
my tools. It's not a weapon.
Will you at least take our injured ones? The orcs will stay outside. The walls, I
Yeah.
mean.
Let's have another round of persuasion checks
Oh,
from everyone.
no.
I'm not going to include Brandee this time because she's not here. It wouldn't be fair. And she was so against having to roll in the first place. She's just letting you guys do the talking this
Oh my
time.
god, how come it's my best
Oh
thing?
my
How am I rolling so
god.
bad every time?
Yeah, this
It's
is.
one of my better stats, and I
Yeah.
can't. I'm so
It's-
pissed off. Like,
you know
genuinely
why?
pissed off right now.
Unfortunately, the wearing down from the wintry
It's not
travel
even that.
has.
I rolled a 4. It's not even. It's not even
Yeah, no, that
the
sucks.
addition. It's the rolling. I've rolled above a 10.
What
Pissing
I'm
me
saying
off.
though is, if without that
Genuinely.
-2, it would have been a 10, which would have been like a fair amount, right? At least. Okay. Did anyone else get
I got a
10?
15.
You got
15?
1, 2 successes and 2 fails. So we're literally on 50-50 whether they let you in.
Oh my god.
Let bits roll, let bits roll.
Oh,
This is.
hello.
Oh, it's down to
Someone's
Brandee.
back.
It's down to Brandee to get us in.
Brandy's back.
Yes.
Roll,
What am
roll
I getting us
persuasion.
out of?
Roll persuasion.
So they're a little bit. They're not as standoffish as Targos, but they sure as hell seem to be doing precautions again, and they've said that they're making sure bandits aren't being let in, but we've got a 50-50 situation. We have 2 successes and 2 fails, just barely fails, that is.
Down to
Okay.
you.
All right.
And if you're feeling lucky, you can roll, or they could offer you this. And I won't. They're not offering you something, but I was going to take what was Geist's offer, and that was surrendering all your weapons
Can I
whilst you
ask
remain
them
in the
if
town.
they know of the Thousand Heads Coster? The merchanting guild, the Thousand Heads Coster? Can I
Of
ask if they know
course,
of that?
we've done business with them before.
I work for Will Savaloy. I am a member of the Thousand Heads Coster.
All right, you're a bit too far away. Sorry, say that again.
I work for Will Savaloy. I am a member of the Thousand Heads Coster. That should grant me some assurity with you that I am not a raider.
You've it's been a while since we've seen Will come by and peddle his wares.
I know we've been going to Hillstar because they opened up the mines there, and they have just reestablished mining there. So we've been going to collect gems. I know that the Thousand Heads doesn't come up here often, but our reputation should tell you that Will would never have hired me or my family if we were not trustworthy.
Definitely speak like you know the roots and the trades. Hmm. She seems to like tongue her cheek for a minute, letting you stand out in the cold for just a second longer before you can sense maybe an ounce or shred of humanity is in them. They definitely seem friendlier than Targos, but I'm gonna let you roll with advantage on this persuasion check.
Okay.
And it's only DC 10, so. Okay, well done. Nice.
Oh, that was pretty good.
All right. I think you've proven yourself to be definitely not raiders. You seem to know that, like I say, you seem to sound like traders. And with an injured one, that Doubt you're gonna cause much of an issue or trouble. All right, open the gate, the female militia says, and you begin to see two men on either side of the wall cranking it, and sure enough, the gates are open to you, and Bryn Shander is before your very eyes, this drab and a dreary-looking town, but filled with these coloured lanterns. And yeah, you begin to pull your way in. Quick, everybody inside!
I
I'm
I
joking.
am.
Joking.
I'm going to give the head guard a silver piece and ask her to drink on have a drink on Will, or raise a glass to Will tonight, to Will Savoy.
She says, "I hope this isn't a bribe."
Nope, no, it's just a thank you, and from a caravaneer to somebody who helps caravaneers. So if you consider it a bribe, then I will withdraw the offer. Otherwise, just
No, I'm
you
just
and
having
your
a.
men have a drink and raise a glass to Will.
Oh,
And
I'm only joking with you.
I can't believe
Us 10-towners, we have, at least in Brinchand, we still have a sense of humor. And yes, welcome you all to Brinchand. And yes, you may keep your weapons, and please get that one some medical attention.
do
This
you have
and yeah.
Will has given me some ideas of where to stay in the 10 towns, but do you have his information may be out of date? Can you recommend a tavern to us? One that's clean, not too expensive, but decent food,
Tavern.
or inn?
An inn. There's the Copper Knocker. Copper Nova Knocker. That's they're renting
Sorry,
out.
what?
I'm sorry, would
Copper.
you?
Or there's the Northlook. It's an inn and tavern, and they're well established, frequented by many mercenaries and adventurers. So you look like you fit in. It's
Let's go
probably
to
the
the
rowdiest
second one
place,
that we
though.
could pronounce.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Oh.
other one sounds like a bit of a dirty joke. I don't.
yeah.
I'm not
All right.
up on the
She
ways
la-
of the world, but
She seems to laugh and says, "All right then. In that case, when you reach the Northlook, ask for scram sacks."
that.
I know that doesn't
Sorry.
sound any better,
Well,
but you can tell her Devessa. You can tell him Devessa Shane sent you as and that'll get you anywhere. She gives
This-
you a wink.
and this is in the not jokey tavern.
And no, it's quite jovial. Just it's quite boisterous as well. Like just keep your wits around you, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
You get all types in there, so definitely lively.
As we're going along, I'm just like, can't believe I got
And
dropped with a party that everyone thinks is murderers.
I mean,
I
if this was maybe about 10 years ago when the wolf tribe was at its strength, then maybe, but I don't think any of the 10 towns could consider at least the wolf tribe a threat these days. Even if.
Small towns are often prejudiced against half-orcs. It's really only in the big cosmopolitan cities that people are used to us.
Hmm.
and I
So
would even say used to.
Well,
Tolerant.
And to be honest, I can't really blame them too much. I was tempted to act similarly towards you two, but there was something about you. Perhaps it was just honestly how we all reacted to Mr. I'm gonna fall for a portal in the sky here, but it seems like at least you were trustworthy. I
that
know
was just funny.
I know I've got prejudice but when you've been raided by as many orc tribes as we have, you kind of Get it. And I
I've
know
never even
John.
belonged to an orc tribe.
Yeah,
Yeah, me neither.
but
As you guys are walking in and you're allowed through, there is another gentleman who was at Devess's side the whole time, and he was giving like almost kind of like disapproving looks. Not at you guys, you don't take it, but more like at her, and you can actually hear him say to her as you're trailing off into the city. He says, Devessa, you're too trusting. You know that we already just had news of a murderer. What if they're coming from Targos? And she says, a murderer? Yes, I've heard. And I don't plan on letting them get away.
Are they saying this out loud?
They are, yes. But it's sort of trailing off. They're on top of the ramparts as you guys are heading in, but you can still hear it. And she says, but I don't mean to keep a murderer outside. I mean to keep them trapped. We're going to find them here and end this. And then she sort of turns on her heel, and you hear the other gentleman sort of like grunt and seems to follow along, even though he looks way more experienced and older than this young woman. But he seems like he's at her beck and call, effectively, having to follow her orders. And he turns and just looks at you guys and seems to be like keeping an eye on you, and then walks along the ramparts.
I'm going to call out to him. Would you like some cheese?
Jeez. Y'all stop
I'm-
aggravating the town guards.
This isn't my lunch break.
Okay, well,
You can...
if you want to come see us at some point, check up on us or whatever, make sure we're not up to anything, I can give you some cheese then.
We'll know if you get up to something. You can keep your frozen cheese.
Fair?
And please, get some rest.
That's the plan.
And
Such a weird
he
raid.
kind of gives you a nod, and then again, sort of like groans for a moment, as if he doesn't like any of this that's happening. And he tells the other guards, "Close the gates already. You're letting the warm out." And with that, you hear the heavy clunk as the logs lock into place, and you're welcomed into Bryn Shander. This place is massive. The city is by far the biggest in
wow.
Icewindale. Yeah, it's got many gates, many halls, and inns galore. But they've already been given to the North Look, as you would imagine, is on the north. You've come in from the west. Sorry, you're the southwest gate. So you'd actually have to travel quite far through to the city to get all the way to the North Look. But hey, maybe you can see the sights and get a feel for this place. You pass the stables.
This is the sort of place where we get given way more quests than we can possibly do anything with. And then we just
already have a lot of quests.
and then we just end up with like this list of quests, and we're like, oh well, we'll do this one now, and then we'll move on to the next one. And
Yeah, that can
But
happen.
in those cases, the quests always pay like 100 gold each, right? Minimum. So
True. No, some of them are. I mean, 100 gold is.
he said it now. It's
Big
true.
number.
Every quest is 100 gold.
You'll find
Minimum.
out.
Hmm.
I wasn't gonna make you catch fish all campaign, that's for sure. So don't worry. There are definitely bigger fish
We thought about
to
it.
fry.
We thought about it.
You know,
No.
we left Bremen without our scrimshaw.
That's true.
No. We took it.
When? Because they said they wouldn't have it till the next day
It's true.
because they needed
That's true.
to carve up the
Well,
meat.
I could have took it while I was fixing the boat. Yeah,
We were there for an entire morning.
yeah, we were,
Okay.
and I was with the guy who got the fish.
Okay.
I'm assuming Chris is okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, because I did say specifically
I know
I
you did.
was going to
Yeah.
be using those bones for.
Yeah, I know. It's been a week. You probably forgot, but your
Yeah.
characters wouldn't have. It's the next day, so that's fine. All right. So welcome to the icy town of Brynshanda. You can head to the inn straight away, or if you want a few more dozen quests to add to your log, I can give you those right now. No, it's up to you. You want to get to shelter, right? It's already like
Yes.
6
Yeah.
If
getting on.
yeah,
All right. Okay then. In that case, we'll head to the North Loop. Oh yeah, this is a good one. The North Look is clearly the place to stay. There is a lot of people in here. It's bustling, in fact, and you can see swordsmen. You can see the shady-looking types, cloaked figures, and there's also travelers, merchants. There's literally all sorts here, and there's this massive tap room, and you can hear the pouring of tankards, uh, and the clinking of glasses throughout the whole thing. This is a lively place, in fact. With some music that might actually, yeah. Oh, it is. It's a bit piratey, but you know, whatever's. All right, so yeah, in fact, you might feel like you're a little bit at home here as well, because you can see sailors and the like. Hulla, they probably
Mhm.
come in from
from
neighboring.
where? This
I mean,
there's
neighboring
no sea towns.
neighboring continents. Yeah, it's
Uh-huh.
true. Well, there's just it's the biggest city, so you're gonna get all kinds regardless.
All
But
right, fair enough. I'll let it slide.
There's people on boats everywhere, and they're just rowing across the snow.
Yeah, and the big sailing pirate ships.
Yeah. Snow ship.
you have to push your way through some muscled, tattooed looking types before you get to the front, and they're like, "Hey, watch it!" Trying not to spill their drinks as they make their way to the tables. But there's sort of a jovial mood, right? Even though there's clearly like rough types in here, it seems to be mostly an upbeat and good-willed environment. So you get to the front, and sure enough, there's the man described as Scram Scramsack.
Scramsack.
That's right. He seems to be a human male. He's got a big scar across his face with an eye patch on one side, and yeah, he's got tattoos covering his one side of his head. And he sees you guys, but he's still serving other people. But he's like, yeah, be with you in a moment. And he continues to pour drinks. Right. And he starts wiping this massive slop in front of him away with one already soaked towel. So, what'll it be? You here for room and board, or you want a drink?
Both, if that's possible.
That's what I like to
And
hear.
food.
We are a bit booked up on rooms. How many do you need? There's a lot of you here.
Do you have at least 2? We can share. Maybe 3?
2 will be fine. Hulla, you can stay with 6 or 7 and 9. And then the guys.
Yeah, preferably I don't want to be with the robot that has said out loud that they want off us several times.
I trust 607, so I am happy to stay with him.
And then he'd have to get through me and Ashanti first if he decides to go that way. So it's probably safer.
Yeah.
And how long will you be staying?
Mm,
At least for tonight.
What
All right.
is there like does it cost less if you stay multiple nights?
No.
Is there like a reduced long stay?
I just need to know when I can free up rooms.
All right.
I really only need a chair, so
A chair it'll be then.
a
And you
chair
want me to
is well,
add these?
in a room, but I just need, I don't need a bed. I just need a chair. So.
Hulla and 607 and I will take a room if the guys want to take a room. So 2 rooms. One night, we'll let you know in the morning.
You want me to add your drinks to the tab?
And food.
Alrighty. Grab a seat, and I'll. And there's a menu on the table. And yeah, I'll get you a spot by the fire. In fact, and he starts coming around from the bar, and he like shoos a load of of like bedraggled looking individuals who've like passed out by the fire with some air, and he like slaps them upside the head. All right, get moving. Isn't a bed now. And he kind of moves the chairs around, and he sets you up right in front of this nice cozy fire. And above the fireplace, there is this massive plaque, and on the plaque is this gigantic, the meanest, most brutal-looking knucklehead trout you've seen. And on the golden plaque, polished to a dime, it says "Old Bitey." And you got to see this fella. Check him out.
Oh,
Oh,
This
now
thing
that.
looks like it sunk ships.
wow.
The stitching also
Ah.
to me looks like it's saying HMS Milk.
What?
Look,
Oh, such an
H
imagination.
HMS Milk. I can read it.
And as you're pointing this out, don't mind old Bitey. In fact, don't worry, he's stuffed. But if he does suddenly snap at your fingers, that'll be of an old friend of ours. He gave a little magic when he dropped in. I think his name was what was his name? It evades me. That was a wizard who came by. Sprinkled a little bit of magic on it, and ever since it's been able to do a few little tricks of its own. But I will assure you, it's dead.
Where'd you get the fish from?
Oh, Bitey. He's pulled many a fisher into the icy depths of the Mare Dualden before he was finally caught by a human rogue named Kintir, I believe. Oh, and her companion. There was a druid who called himself the Maverick.
Oh,
They hauled him up. Hold old Bitey to the North Luke in hopes of having it cooked for them, but I couldn't. Look at the size of it. The meanest looking fish you've ever seen. So I had him put up here, and some prankster wizard cast a spell on him, and yeah, you know what? I'll give you a demonstration. And go on.
Did you find anything inside it when you cut it open?
Inside it? Boy, I stuffed it.
Yeah, but when you cut it open, did you find anything inside it?
I can't even remember, honestly. I've got so many fish in my time. And I don't go looking for stuff in fish guts. Ugh.
You don't? You never know what you'll find.
Is that so? Probably just bones.
That too.
Bits of old nail fingers and human bones, I mean.
Oh,
Anyway. Alrighty. Take it away, old Bitey. Sure enough. He gives a little tickle to one of the fins. And suddenly, old Bitey, its head turns to face you guys. And its little fins are wagging along in tune. And says, "There's a place I like to go, farther up the river's flow. Where it is, I do not know. Must be under all that snow. And you see all of the proprietors and patrons beginning to like raise up their taverns as if they know the song, and they begin singing in the second verse and such, and then repeating it back effectively. And you just hear Scramsacks laughing. Ha ha ha! Ah, love it. Ah, here's your menus, and yeah, welcome to the Northlook. And with that, I think that's a pretty good place to end on tonight. So you're picking out your food and gonna get some rest, I assume. We can like
Yep.
smash cut to the next morning. In fact, when we come back, sounds like
Yeah.
good time.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Do you want us to take our long rest tonight, or do you want us to do it next week?
We'll wait and do it next week,
Okay.
Okie dokie.
just in case I think of something in between. All right, perfect. In that case, finally made it to a good town. Not like Targos, those arseholes. You were probably right to stay quiet on the river when you saw them the first time. Who knows what they would have tried to do? Steal your haul, or God knows. All right. Anyway, this has been the second session of Rime of the Frostmaiden. Tune in next week. Actually, next week is It's the 29th, isn't it? The 30th.
30th.
I think being it is the end of the month, and I said we're going to take a session off at least once a month, and we haven't done one this week. I think to next week will be our week off.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Cool.
No. All right. So our next session would be the 6th.
Yeah.
Oh,
6th.
is that the weekend I said I wasn't going to be here? I mean, you can still run without
was it?
me, but it might be the weekend I said. I'll
Oh, is
double
it?
check, but there was
Double
one
check,
week
maybe-
I said I wasn't
is.
going to be here.
We might make
Yeah.
that the week off then.
Yeah,
Oh, it is.
because I'm
It is,
busy.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, Saturday the 5th of August, that weekend, you're not here.
yeah.
Okay. It makes sense to do then that week then while
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
away.
So we are
Okay,
playing
well-
next week.
Yeah,
Sarah-Jane and I
I
are also not around on the 13th
On
of
the
August.
13th. Yeah, we need two weeks off.
and I've got a funeral to go to next Sunday. So I was
Yeah.
going to try to call in on my phone, but I'll be in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I won't be able to see Foundry. So, I'm sorry.
That's all right. We'll definitely
Free-
be off on the 13th because we're 2 people down then.
Yeah.
But I think we might play next week. We'll discuss it further in the chat.
Yeah.
So we can get everyone's schedule down. But yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Right. We'll sign off here.
Yep. Bye for now.
Bye.
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 Bye.